Yo, what's going on? How's it going? Am I too loud? Is the music good? I gotta open my stream and listen. What's up, Stomp Enjoyers? How's it going? I got a haircut, so I don't have to wear my beanie anymore, and I don't have to overheat myself. So you get short hair DM Dungeon Mastery today. Everybody showed up as soon as I started. It's pretty sick. I was, what's up, Say? I don't know what I want to do on stream today. I don't know if I want to make a monster or if I want to work on my, my game system. Because I've been, pretty inspired recently, since last night, actually, to work on my own game system here. But I know most of my viewers are D&D people, so I don't know how well that'll translate. I could go over some viewer stuff, viewer stat blocks too. That might be fun. Let me lift that up because I don't need that actually. Make sure everything's good here. We're looking snazzy today. How are all my viewers doing? My dear viewers? My fellow Stomp Enjoyers? Let me open up my stream and just give a quick look-see here. Seems like we're doing all right. Music sounds loud this time. We can hear the music. Voice isn't peaking and blowing everybody's eardrums out. Third time's the charm. Enjoyed one of the 3 secrets to happiness: a good nap. I don't nap very often. I feel like I waste my day, and I desperately don't like to waste my day. Which system? This would be my my Ravens system that I started working on. I think last year I had the concept for it. I thought I was going to be able to make a game in like a couple weeks, but it turns out there's a lot more that goes into it, unfortunately. So let me open up Google Docs here and it won't switch the web page. That's weird. Very, very weird. Wonder why I won't switch the web page. Driving, so I can't talk much, but I'm here listening. Yes. The old commute from work. I would imagine that's what you're doing, probably. Oh, there it goes. Now it's switching. So, I guess I'll have to... This will be a little bit shitty, because I'll have to restructure what this looks like here. But, I'm making a... For those of you who don't know, I'm trying to make a sci-fi horror game that is analog sci-fi specifically, and it's kind of a love letter to like old like sci-fi horror movies like Event Horizon, Aliens, and like The Thing, and it even pulls like some inspiration from Dead Space. So I started working on it. I got a lot of the lore for for like the actual world built out, but now I just have to figure out how to make like the actual gameplay mechanics. And turns out there's a lot that goes into that, because when you're so used to running games, you don't think about all this other stuff. But now I have to think about all this other stuff, like how does it work when you move? You can't just assume everybody knows how to play TTRPG games, so you have to come up with stuff like that and make sure you describe how things work as if somebody who's reading this has never played a TTRPG before. So it's a bit of a challenge, but if I never start, it'll never get done. So that's the old adage here. If I don't get started on it, it'll never get made. So, working on that, trying to get that in order. But we can also do some 5e stuff too. I don't know what I want to do yet. I kind of just intended on chilling today, hanging out, going where the wind takes the sails. Probably gonna AFK on RuneScape while I'm on this stream, so I can not miss out on that sweet XP. Let me read chat here. What's this? I say we take off, nuke the site from orbit. It's the only way to be sure. Yeah, just get the mechanics down, then you can make it look nice. That's the hardest part for me, is like I'm in a Discord with everybody else who has all of their games are pretty much like going into like early access and stuff. So I see they have these really nice looking essentially like really nice looking books, and I'm like, man, I don't think mine will ever look like that. And it's like hard to envision your game looking like that. Like, I don't know how to publish a book, I don't know how to format a book, but again, I guess like I just have to start somewhere. So Griffins are your vote. That's right, you did want me to do Griffins last time, so maybe I will. Maybe we'll do that, because I don't think people want to sit here and try to help me make my my game. Just setting up my nightmare zone for RuneScape quickly, and then I will begin doing something. There we go. I'm just gonna keep an eye on that. AFKing in the background like a responsible adult. Let's see, how does this look here? Because I just adjusted this. Can everybody still see this? Maybe make it a little bigger. There we go. So, I know there were some viewers that had submitted some stuff to me here, and I don't want to work on somebody's stat block whenever they're not here, because I like to have them in the chat. But it was so fun to work on that stat block the last time I streamed, so it's kind of damned if I do, damned if I don't, I suppose. I got the extra large Dr. Pepper on deck so I can get heart disease, so I have my lifeblood. My lifeblood's ready here. Maybe we'll, I guess, we'll start with Griffins, I suppose. Let's see, do they have Griffins in the SRD? They do. They are quite simple creatures, it would appear. Also, I was thinking, I started working on samurai stat blocks, and I wanted to get chat's help with those as well, because I wanted to make 4 of them. And for making Raven's books, a place to start is a conceptualization of core books, a book for Ravens, game masters, a book for players. I don't think I'm gonna do that. I think I can pretty accurately put everything into a single book like Shadow Dark does it, because like you have everything you need in just this book. It's got the DM side and the player side, and everything's formatted like so neat. I dropped my bookmark out, but like she fits things on the page in like a very clean manner. All the text is really nice and big, and it's easy to read. So I'm kind of using Kelsey's format as inspiration for my book. But it's sorry to get my bookmarks. It's kind of getting down how to set it up. I want it to be clean and easy to understand, but imposter syndrome is a hell of a thing, we'll say. So, more power to you. No reason you couldn't do a single big book, too. Yeah, I don't even think the book has to be that big, but it would be fun to have. My brain just starts going into, like, how do I make a open source license to say people can make modules out of my stuff. It's like I feel like I want to get a team together to help me make this, because it would be everything's easier when you have like a team to work with. Let me see here. Let me rise that up a little bit. Scroll down here. Actually, maybe we won't do that. Let me scroll up. We'll actually do this. Cut that off. Move this up here. Do I even need that? I don't think so. Move this up. Scroll down here so you guys can see everything. Like that. That should be good. There we go. Besides game stuff, what actual parts of TTRPGs make you geek out the most? Let me think about that. Well, in Shadow Dark, I really like their inventory system. Kelsey's got this, like, I like simplicity over complexity. Like, people like really, really crunchy systems. I don't like systems that are overly crunchy, where it's like, your hands AC, your forearms AC, your chest AC. Like, I don't like stuff like that. That just kind of bogs the game down. So I like how in her system, her inventory system is literally just, slots. You have 20 slots max, and it goes off of like what your strength is. So stuff like that kind of makes me geek out. I really like D100 charts. Random charts are like one of my favorite things. I don't know why I like random charts so much. I think it's because as a dungeon master, people don't see you as a player, and in reality you are a player. You're just as much of a player as somebody playing a player character. You're just controlling the game. So I think it's important to make stuff fun for the dungeon master just as well as the player. Stuff like that. So like I really like random charts because I like stuff that keeps me on my toes as a dungeon master. For my system, I was coming up with some ideas for like randomly generating I guess you would call it a dungeon in a traditional sense, but like this is sci-fi, so it wouldn't be a dungeon, but in like game terms you could call it a dungeon. But I was thinking of even coming up with like a deck of cards. This is not like a magic item, but it's a deck of cards that you draw from, and it's like random events happening based on like what card you draw. So it's like, okay, you start off at the ship entrance, draw the card to see what is beyond the first door. Oh, it's the it's the medical bay. So we walk into the room, and then it's like, I don't know. This is still like early concepts, but I like stuff like that. I don't see very many game systems doing things like that. So it's interesting to toy around and experiment with things, I guess we're gonna try to start with this Griffin here. I don't know much about Griffin lore, so I think I might have to excuse me, I might have to look up some lore here, bring up the wiki. Do I play sci-fi video games? Dead Space is probably one of my favorite games of all time, if not my favorite game of all time. I love Dead Space. That's probably like where most of my inspiration comes from. And that and movies. I really like sci-fi movies. Interstellar is like a really good movie too. That's like a different style of sci-fi though. That's like sci-fi that makes your brain feel like it expands when you watch it, because you're like, wow, everything, like the visuals, the concept of the movie is like intriguing. Griffin. Let me look up a griffin here. Oh, you know what? I wonder if I could get an image on screen for this somehow. But with the chat there, I don't know where I would put it. I'd have to put it next to my face. Move this a little bit so I'm not cut out. There we go. We're just gonna save this as Griffin art. Go to background remover. I should have had this stuff prepared before, but oh well. This is DM Dungeon Mastery Classic. Never prepared for anything. Always doing everything at the last minute. My next question is going somewhere. Do you know about GURPS game system? I've never heard of that, actually. I don't know what that is. It sounds familiar. I've probably heard YouTubers talk about that, but I have no idea what that is. Let me see if I can add a image. Browse. There we go, look at that. You know exactly what I'm working on now. How pretty. Maybe we'll even put it here. Something like that. Ugh. No. Why can't I grab this? There we go. We'll put it like that, I guess. A griffin. He's the griffin. Let me see. Generic universal. Okay, hold on, wait. Somebody else. Abernathy's here too. I'm making a sci-fi fantasy TTRPG with 2 friends. It's a lot to think about, but real fun. I feel you though. It's hard getting a professionally illustrated book with just Google Doc currently. I think the Google Doc is kind of just there to like map everything out, like get your ideas in like a somewhat cohesive order, and then, you know, find somebody who can work with like Markdown or something like that, or like some sort of formatting software. Generic universal role-playing system. It's an old TTRPG. Check it out sometime. The various GURPS books are a great reference material for ideas. Okay, yeah, I'll have to check that out. So like, I have a lot of like really different concepts, and I've never done sci-fi before. I've always been like fantasy, especially with, I've never run another game other than D&D and Shadowdark, but I'm trying to come up with like unique ideas. Like I posted a link in the Discord of my game doc that I have, but I'll post it in the chat in here so you guys can look at it. It's got like a unique system. There's a balance. Like, you want to be unique, but you also don't want to be so unique that it's alien and nobody wants to play your game because it's too weird. But I'm trying to come up with concepts for like, it's different when you have a sword versus when you have a fully automatic machine gun, and it's like a futuristic machine gun at that. So trying to make combat feel different, trying to make attack rolls and damage rolls feel different. Alright, let me look at lore here for this Griffin. They are intelligent beasts. Well, they only have 2 intelligence, so that's already weird. They're intelligent beasts with the body of a lion and the wings and forelegs and the head of an eagle. I gotta Gotta make sure I keep chat up here somehow. GURPS Horror is very informative too for the genre you seem to like. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. Is it like open source or something? Like somebody just made it for everybody to reference, or? There we go, I got chat window right in the middle of my screen now. Narnia has one of the best griffin designs, I think. Okay, so their behavior is they were known to be somewhat intelligent creatures, though had a penchant for aggression. Young griffins were generally not combative. Young griffins were known as fledglings. They were considered fully grown after 3 years. Okay, so I could even make a couple variants of this. That already gives me I can make a fledgling griffin or something, which would be interesting. Okay, so we don't get a lot in terms of combat abilities here, but you know, we can do the classic where they can pick you up and fly with you. These don't seem to be magical in nature. They are carnivorous. Okay, this is vibing right now. This is a good playlist. They just released this one. We're straight up vibing right now. GURPS is made by Steve Jackson Games. The GURPS system was a big inspiration for the RPG mechanics of the Fallout game. Okay. Yeah, it's a big thing playing other systems, and you know, balls. It'd be rad for them to have some wind magics and aerial maneuvers. Yeah, we could do something like that. I see. It kind of feels like sphinxes are more magical, though. Griffins to me seem more like aerial beasts that are just kind of aggressive. I feel like a sphinx would be better off with like magical stuff. This song is awesome. Yeah, this is pretty. It slaps. I'm not gonna lie. It's called Atop the Tower. I'll post the playlist in the chat also, because we're vibing right now. I also appreciate you guys for always showing up to the streams, because these would be really awkward if I was just sitting here with no viewers. I wouldn't know what to say, I wouldn't know what to do if I had no people in here. Well, I'm gonna start with the devil I know, and we're gonna make a griffin fledgling. We're gonna make a little griffin first. Okay, same Razia, what's up, man? Welcome back to the stream. If the griffin has, it should be spell-like abilities, primal in nature, something part of its essence, like a roar that shatters bones. So if the griffin has magic, is what you're saying, it should be primal in nature. I think that's what you meant to say. Yeah, I agree with you. You've taken care of us, and we'll take care of you. Thank you, my son. Of course. Let's see here. Let's lower this flying speed down to 40 feet. We're gonna reduce everything here. I always need to reference what dragons do. Hold on, I gotta get my monster manual out, because I need to look at how the stats increase on a dragon when it goes from wormling to its adult ages and whatnot. So, oops, sorry about that loud noise. I'm a boomer, so I could just look this up online, but why look it up online when I could be a boomer and just bring my book out? So we should look at Greek mythology for Gryffindor. It might give us some good abilities to give it. Did you just cock a gun? I did. That's me telling you to settle down. Sit the hell down, son. No, I didn't. I dropped my book onto the mic. Alright, let me look here. Okay, we're gonna look at wormlings. So the strength for a wormling to a young dragon increases in increments of 4, it looks like. So because it goes from 19 to 23, and then when we get to adult, it goes up to 27. 26, 27, yeah, so it goes up by 4, and yes, I have to count with my fingers because I'm terrible. What's up, fellas? What's up, man? Hello, my Brazilian brother. How are you doing? Okay, so we'll reduce the strength by 4. 3, 4. And this does dexterity increase. Dexterity stays the same. So we'll keep the dexterity there. What about constitution? Constitution increases by 3, it looks like, so we'll reduce this by 3. Now, as for intelligence, it's saying that they're intelligent, but they have, like, very low intelligence, so I'm going to increase this. Because I like making stuff lore accurate. What is an ape's intelligence in D&D? D&D. Ape. It should probably have about what an ape has, which is a 6. So we'll give them a 6 intelligence. What's up, Matthias? How are you doing, man? How's it going? Feels so wholesome to see you guys all show up for your boy here. Ride or die. Just how it should be. Griffin is a monstrosity, so few primal magic powers might be cool. I like the differentiation between beasts and monstrosity. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. I think maybe we'll make a variant. We'll make a couple variants. Now, these variant ones, I'll probably put these on the Patreon for paid tiers, because usually if I do like a full rework, that's what I do. The last couple stat blocks I've released for free. But my paid patrons need to get rewarded as well, so I think we'll do this. But obviously you can see them on stream, so you can copy them yourself. It's just quicker if you're a paid member. Okay. I need to keep this open. I need to keep this somewhere over here. Oh, for those of you who don't know, by the way, I, in my Discord server, have been running games of Shadow Dark RPG, and I don't know if you guys are ever interested in playing Shadow Dark RPG, but I would like to get more players in there for that. Let's look at the AC. Okay, we're going to reduce the AC by 1, because the dragon's ACs all increase by 1 as they... Oh, they don't even have natural armor. It's just based off their dexterity. Okay. That's fine, I suppose. Could have a wind gust attack. I like the idea of the Greek mythology stuff. That is a cool idea. So we're gonna make a baby griffin. That's what this fledgling is. This is gonna be meant for like lower level players. So this will be like this will be tier 1. It'll still only have a proficiency bonus of 2. Just give it a perception skill, because it had expertise, but I'll take that out. And then we're definitely going to give the bigger ones strength saving throw proficiencies and whatnot. I didn't touch the wisdom yet. They do get wiser as they get older, so we'll reduce the wisdom. by 2, because it looks like it goes in increments of 2. And the charisma goes up by 4, so I guess we'll reduce this to 4 like that. This is just going to be like a low level creature. Griffins are the classic mount for a paladin. Oh wait, hold on. I know almost nothing about Shadowdark, but I am curious. Shadowdark is very fun. There's a lot of people that don't like it because they don't like OSR type games, but I think it's very fun. It is such a nice change of pace from 5e, in my opinion. The seal clubbing adventure. Well, these would probably be a little bit more dangerous than, you know, clubbing a seal. Okay. Yeah, so we reduced everything across the board. The speed should probably remain 30. Yeah, because this is like the size of a dog. I'm picturing like a Great Dane sized griffin is what this one would be here. Horses are a fine mount for a dwarf. Okay. Now here's where we're gonna start trying to come up with some stuff here. Special traits. Let's see here. They do have talons on their front feet, as you can see in the artwork. So it almost makes me want to do what I did with my wyverns. Let's see here. Oh god. The Nightmare Zone, I forgot about it, running in the background. You guys are distracting me. JK, LOL. Okay. Wyverns. Wyverns, I'm getting distracted. Stop distracting me. I picture talons are very grabby mandibles, so I think talons should have similar to how the wyverns work, where they can we're gonna follow the wyvern rules here. Okay, let's see. We're gonna do small talons. The fledgling. We'll just say can't use its talons if it's grappling a creature with them. Give the griffins paralytic talons. Should there be some mounting features included? So with in fact, griffins should have powers related to the sun, radiant aura. So you guys just want to go full on, like this is like a mythical beast is what you guys are thinking of. I'm thinking more of like this is just an aerial predator. But you guys want to go the, how about we'll do some variants that are just like, these are just regular griffins, and then we'll do like, we'll have to call them something special. But we can give them like that, you know, Theros, like Magic the Gathering Theros set style griffins. Yeah, Abyss is kind of thinking of it how I'm thinking of it, where these are more like aerial beasts rather than magical beasts. My brain is shut down for a moment. Okay, hold on. Has advantage on Wiz. cool. Can you make a more bestial monster version and a more mythological one? Yeah, I think we'll do like a line that says just regular griffins, and then maybe we'll call the other ones mythic griffins or something. They'll just be like, there's like the mythic griffins are like the ones that are like maybe mounts of the gods or created by the gods or blessed by the gods. I think that'll fit them better so you can differentiate them mo better. You know what I'm saying? Differentiate them mo better. Does anybody else in here play old school RuneScape, or is it just me? I got a Bandos chest plate drop last night. It was pretty lit. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. I think okay, so these are just, remember, these are just the regular griffins I'm working on. So for the small one, I think this is good for traits, because these are like, you know, these are like the size of a Great Dane. I don't think they need to be anything special. We will give them a 4-hit die though, so they have 20 hit points at least. Is charge as a reaction to show it's a predator that is a hair away from jumping on the prey. We can give it a charging attack. I used to play RuneScape a bunch, doing mining, blacksmithing loops, and farming combat XP at the Barbarian Village. You sound like a free-to-play player. That's classic. Very classic. Oh shit, I ran out of runes. I should have just like a little window showing me AFKing also, so you can see my RuneScape shit. Okay. Let's see here. Can't use talons. It has to have the characteristic of an eagle that catches prey on the ground and takes it high into the air. Yes, I'm gonna do that for the big one. I don't think the smaller one would have the strength necessarily to do that to a medium creature, so they could probably do it with small creatures, but for the large one, we could definitely do medium and smaller. We should design the Griffin dive bomb attack so it has the ability to one-shot a level 3 character. Yes. Even as a free-to-play player, I got to the point where I was making adamantine gear, and that felt great. That's a long grind as a free-to-play player, so I salute you. I mainly like combat stats, but like this account, I've had this for a couple years now. I have 99 in attack, strength, defense, and ranged, and I'm trying to get 99 magic. Okay. So currently the multi-attack is 1 beak and 1 claw attack. We're going to be changing claws to talons because I like flavor over, you know, just regular old wordage here. So let's do this. Talons. This will be called natural weapons. Strength attack to hit. These are 5 feet. Actually, let me do this. This might be a little easier for me. That. Grab this as well and put it on the stat block like that. But we will causes something else, of course. Take all that out. Put this up here. Give baby griffins pack tactics. I don't know, they don't seem like pack tactics style beasts to me. They seem very solitary. Talons. This will probably be like a rend attack, maybe. Let me look at my wyverns. I called it a slash attack with my wyvern. STR 2d4 slashing damage. These are for digging these live streams, man. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. I'm glad to have you here. I like having my viewers just chilling, man. It feels really nice to just, like, you know, start a live stream, just start working on stuff, and just having, like, you guys here with me. So I'm not talking to myself all day or just being alone with my myself, you know. The adult is solitary, but the babies are together in their nest. That's a good point. Perhaps. I don't disagree with you. Like being the ID who encourages you to make your monsters nastier. I make monsters pretty nasty, I think, as it is. I just like to have consistency. It's like if I give the small ones pack tactics, then it's like, why don't the big ones have pack tactics? At least that's what I always like play out in my head what people are yelling through the screen at me as I'm making stuff. Okay. Now these would be made ideally for like a level, you know, these are like level 1 player monsters. So I think keeping these simple, that's actually crazy. I thought I haven't considered, and we live for homebrew. It learns to be a loner as it gets older. We'll come back to that thought. Let me get these attacks made first. One thing I really like doing is making things like auto crit if like a certain threshold is made also. Beak. This would be a bite attack or a peck attack. I think a bite would make sense. This is 1d8. D6 slashing damage, perhaps. 1d6 piercing damage, perhaps. A bite and a rend attack. Okay, so that's the basics. I'm just trying to justify what I wanted, which is a bunch of baby griffins attacking a player with advantage. I hear you. I hear you. If I can't think of something else to make these more interesting, I'll probably do that. But right now that I have these basic attacks made, I'm gonna try to think of like something unique I can do. Makes 2 attacks, one with its beak, one with its talons. rascal. Make horses terrified of them. That stuff... See, that's something I would probably add into, like, if there's like a PDF of this, I would add that into like the side, not on the stat block, because that almost just feels like wasted text to use that. I want to say that the talons grapple you if it hits you, but only if you're a smaller creature. We'll say small. Griffins cry out for help. If there's a griffin within 1 mile, it summons to their aid within 1d4 rounds. Griffins are solitary hunters. Yeah, that's about where I think I'm at headspace-wise. I think I want them to be functioning more solitary. Because pack tactics implies that like they're smart enough to employ tactics, and these are more like bestial, so I don't think they would employ such a tactic. Well, I guess wolves can do it, but horse fucker. Okay, let's think of the gameplay loop of the Griffin. What can I add to this that's going to make it it's not gonna be able to pick up player characters unless they're like a... halflings are considered small, right? According to the player's handbook. Rend, we'll do like a... Fledglings shouldn't be able to pick up nothing. They're just learning how to hunt. I think they would still, like, this is like from instincts perspective, they would probably still swoop in and grab stuff and fly away with it, so I think that they could do this. I think, though... Do I want to say, if I look at their anatomy, is it safe to say that they could grab you while they're not flying and then fly away with you? That's like the question here. It's a mobile monster, right? So maybe add that every attack grants it a free move. I think instead of that, I would just give it an attack that, like, it moves as part of the attack, like the red cap does. Because that makes it a little less, not tedious, but a little less awkward, I guess is the word. These ones are like picking up, you know, they're picking up like rabbits, they're picking up, dogs, they're picking up sheep. These aren't picking up like people. That's why I'm specifying smaller creatures must make a strength save or be grappled. Boy, this is becoming a controversial creature, it seems like. Everybody's all over the place with their opinions here. In their defense, if they're intelligent enough to mount, I consider them being smart enough to hunt a larger creature together. Maybe I'm fine with them not having pack tactics. Yeah, I don't want to give them pack tactics for this. House cats beware. Yeah, exactly. Like, your cats, your dogs, these are like... Pretty sure halflings are small, so I could see them picking up a halfling or a gnome. I'm almost positive they're small. But I know Wizards of the Coast doesn't like giving player characters sizes other than medium, so I'll have to have somebody confirm that for me. Look, I'm not super familiar with griffins. I've never ran a griffin before, but like, this is, I want to say, like, what you want to try to do to make monsters and beasts more interesting is like give them a gameplay loop. So whether it's he tries to knock you prone, and then when you're prone he bites you, but because you're prone it auto crits you or something like that, so that you as the dungeon master, you have like, you know, a loop of things that you get to do that's actually fun, rather than just it makes an attack or it flies away, it makes an attack, it flies away. Stuff like that's fun. Now this is the fledgling, so I probably wouldn't give it that for this one, but I think I don't know what else to add to the baby. I don't know if the baby really needs anything. I guess you guys are saying that it should have like a screech attack. But remember, this is meant for like low level players, so you don't want to go too crazy and give a bunch of them an AoE attack that damages people with thunder damage, when these are like really meant for like level 1 players, because that'll just kill everybody really fast. I picture like you probably run into like 3 of these at the same time. Halflings would look nasty if you actually saw one. They just have really big hairy feet. The baby griffin can set up traps. Watsy are stinky doo-doo heads, so I wouldn't worry about what they say about player characters. Yeah, I think this might be okay. You could, like, for like a screech for this, that's honestly something where I would probably say, like, in the text, like, on the page of the book that the stat block is in, they are known to shriek and call for their parents, rather than putting that on the stat block, because that almost just, like, takes up unnecessary space. Because, like, right now this looks like a clean stat block, like, it's, you know, it's pretty self-contained. There's not, like, too much to go to, like, overwhelm you with, but they have tiny lower hominid heads yet can talk. I don't like them. Yeah, the Griffin fledgling's smartest place to buy time until mom or dad show up to rip a meanie's guts out. Yeah, exactly. So like these are, they still fly, so that automatically kind of gives them like a danger level increase. Typically do like to have like something unique though. So they can grab you and fly away only if you're smaller. Let me look at special traits here just in case I notice anything. I don't know why my computer sucks so bad. When I open up a web page, like my cursor disappears. I don't know why. It's such a weird thing. The PC's scuffed. What does the Griffin test them for? That's a good point. Each monster is a test for a hero. What does the Griffin test them for? I could give these flyby, which would make them irritating because they're small, but the bigger they get, they wouldn't have flyby. Instead of pack tactics. Which is an interesting. But the only thing is, I want this to be more like they dive in. So maybe I can give them like a dive bomb attack. This would be with the talons, I believe. So let's try this. Let's try to think of something. This might need to be a special action, though. Special action. What do I want to say for this? See, I wasn't prepared to do the Griffin, so I haven't really put much thought into this, so that's why I feel like I'm being very sluggish with the stat block. Normally I'm like gung-ho about stuff. Flyby, attack, maybe, or dive bomb. Let's call this while flying only. On hit. Strength. Flight is a great ability, so the small fledgling just flying away when confronted by something hostile would make the most sense. Yeah, the big one will be easier to work on. The small one, it's just more so a test of like trying to make sure it's still interesting to fight. That's actually what I was thinking about with the whenever you're grappled and it bites you. I think if you're prone and it bites you, it should automatically crit you. That's what's fun to do with like animals and stuff, or beast-like creatures. Strength. And we'll just do 2d4 slashing. If a grizzly bear hits you, save versus paralysis. I'd say stun would probably be a better way to describe something like that. Every time critical hits are mentioned, I get PTSD. To when a bard PC would always cast silvery barbs. Yes. Don't allow silvery barbs. I think that was like, whoever designed that needs to be given a very stern talking to, because that's a very... Should this be a recharge ability? I don't know, maybe not. Maybe like the tactical thing here is like ground it so it can't do this. Whoops. Talons. That seems good. They have 3 things they can do. Are we still on the baby? Yeah, I think I'm about done with it right here. I just wanted to make sure I had like a decent amount of things that it could do that would make it still like a fun fight and not just like a trivial thing. This actually should probably be, instead of a attack roll, it should be kind of like this, we'll say. Just do DC, Dex save, oops, DC strength, save, but it uses Dex, save, or STR2D4 slashing damage. Hold on 1 second, I have to... Okay, I have it at a better idea. I just want to make sure this is right here. The worst thing about turn-based combat for me is the process of player turns, how I'm never sure when a player's turn is over. I often have to ask. Does it have any grappling proficiency? No, it does not. I don't think they need anything like that. Let me see here. Griffin moves. Actually, we'll do if the Griffin flies at least 15 feet. Targets a creature with this attack, it makes a... There we go. So that tells you that it has to fly. I don't want that extra, the T to be capitalized here. The Griffin flies at least 15 feet. I should say 15 feet straight towards a target. It makes a... If the Griffin flies at least 15 feet straight towards a target, it makes a DC 12 Dex save or takes 2d4 plus 2 slashing damage. Medium or smaller creatures must make a... Actually, I don't want to have that in there. because that's 2 saving throws from 1 ability. You don't want to ever do that because that's redundant and it slows the game down. So we have, if the Griffin flies at least 15 feet straight towards the target. How the hell do I want to word this? If it grapples a creature, it should be allowed to bonus action bite. I don't know. I think the grapple is already deadly enough because it has wings and it can fly away with you. So I don't think it would need to get that, personally speaking. While flying only. Just say the Griffin flies 15 feet straight towards a target. And it makes a strength save or 2d4 slashing damage. There we go. Okay. Okay, that's good. Wiping my hands, so I think it's good. Griffin flies 15 feet straight towards a target. It makes a DC 12 dex save or takes 2d4 slashing damage. Now, if you're a... I hate to say it, but if you're a moron, you might read that as the Griffin somehow takes 2d4 slashing damage. But I don't think anybody will read it that way. I always try to word things as if every person reading it is an absolute retard. So you always have to make sure, like, you know, it's worded in a way that, like, it cannot be misconstrued in any way, shape, or form. Let me also put this in parentheses. I already saved it, of course, so now I'm going to have to delete the old file so I don't save it as 2. Delete that. Update this. Save it again. There we go. With 5e, I just assume that whatever OP ability my monster gets won't be enough, and if it's super deadly, that's fine. It shouldn't be assumed that you can win without a plan. Are you talking about the players shouldn't be able to win without a plan? Okay, this looks good. Alright, now... Now, I'm going to... Oh my goodness. The hiccups. Now, I'm going to do the Big Griffin. I agree, clarity as a focus in the text of items, abilities, and stat blocks is important. Reminds me of the good old days of watching as the sorcerer argues over rules in 3.5. Yeah, I kind of like the concept of, like, they have to really think before they go into a fight. Okay, now I'm gonna give this a 7 intelligence. 6 is fine, actually. We'll keep it at 6. I think all the ability scores are fine, other than the intelligence needs increased slightly just because. Now this is a bigger Griffin, so I'm going to give it a strength proficiency, strength save proficiency, because it's probably stronger than the average boy. Now with dark vision, I kind of want to increase this a little bit to 80 feet. Because it's going to be flying in the air. 120. Actually, I'm gonna give it 120. 120. Has it been suggested yet to allow players to target the wings to cripple its flight? Yeah, that's kind of... You don't have to put that on the stat block, I would say, because then that's just going to take up needless space. You would just let them do that. I would rule anyways. Because then otherwise, you add every little thing that you could do, and then the stat block just starts to inflate, and it becomes too big, you know? My main way of prompting thinking about whether or not combat is worth it is an injury system. Yes, that's also pretty based, I would say. I like injury systems. Pretty based, pretty pog. Also, you know how eagles will pick up animals and drop them on stones? Yeah, that'll be pretty much covered with the ability that it has to grapple, I would say. It being able to grapple will make that a possibility. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna check my RuneScape. I'm gonna do the beak. This will be a D8 piercing damage still. Okay, let me catch up with chat here. Have this one pick up objects and creatures and drop them on other players. Thoughts on creatures with high enough speed don't provoke opportunity attacks. Thinking of giving that to my new monk character. Falling damage is simple, clever, and harsh. My brain is not working today. Should I do... I don't know. I guess we're kind of missing out on like the... Normally, if I was doing a full rework, this would be like Griffin Hatchling, Griffin Fledgling, Adult Griffin, and then probably like Dire Griffin or something. But we'll do Griffin Adult or something like that. Get this man a cosmic brownie. His brain needs a boost. I don't know, I feel like maybe I'm caffeine crashing right now. Something like that. Okay, so this is the big griffin. Special traits. Drink water, eat a snack. Why drink water when I have sugary drink? Big. It's bigly. I did just eat too, so maybe that's like me getting tired because I just ate. Let's see here. Okay. Think. Channel idea. Okay, wait a minute. I have an idea. It worked. Okay. Slashing damage. We're gonna do medium or smaller creatures must make a DC strength save. My dog's whining. Or be knocked prone. Because he's big, so he bullies you. I need to let my dog out really quick because otherwise you guys will just hear him whining for 40 minutes and then it'll annoy the shit out of me. Come on, Jack. Okay. Let me see here. Got me a code red. Sugary drink is of the devil. Nay, nay, nay. Oh, DM, the plan is to run my next session Saturday, so I'll let you know how the Amalgamite encounter goes. Hell yeah. I hear Pupper, yeah. He, if he hears somebody come into the house, he starts freaking out because he wants to go see who it is, but I usually... My door is not a normal open and close door, it's like a sliding, folding closet door for my bedroom, so I have to block it with something, otherwise the cats will come in my room and they destroy my stuff. They do it while I'm sleeping all the time. They get in and then they jump up on my my dresser and they knock everything down. What kind of doggo has the Mr. Master? I don't know what type of breed he is because he's technically my dad's dog, but he always comes into my room because I give him food. So he tends to he likes to sleep under my bed. I want to say he's like a terrier or something. He's like a short dog. He's got real small legs. He's short. He's like stumpy looking. It's hard to explain. He's a nice dog though. His name's Jack. Okay, hold on, wait. Big brain here. Bite. 1d8 piercing damage. Also, we're gonna say this is a tier 2 creature. Tier 2 proficiency bonus will be, what would we make this like? Yeah, CR5 would be tier 2, I believe. So +3 is good. We'll increase its HP a little bit. Maybe not to 76. 68 seems good. Jack the Short King, yeah. I call him Jackie Boy because he's silly. Okay, where's Sim at? Bring him in here. I need an RPG style name for an auto crit bite attack with the Griffin's beak. Make a stat block for Jack. I'll have to put him on camera somehow. It's funny when he begs because he'll sit on his hind legs. Let me see if I can find a picture of him because he just left the room. Let me see here. I have a picture of him begging somewhere on my phone because it's funny. He knows if he begs I always give him food because I can't say no to him. Let me see here. Where art thou, Jackie boy? My ex-girlfriend used to yell at me all the time because I would give him food. And she would say, he doesn't need people food. I also have a very fat cat named Dewey. He's actually my cat. He's pretty obese. He's a rotund boy. This is him laying in the bathtub because he was going through a phase where he wanted to sleep in the bathtub all the time. He's my emotional support animal. He's been with me through so much. Hold on, I'm trying to find a picture of Jack. We're getting sidetracked here, but it's important. Let me see. I had to get a new phone, which is actually somebody's older phone, and I went from a Samsung Galaxy to a Motorola, and I fucking hate Motorola's. It doesn't even have a built-in, like, photo gallery. Stream froze for me. What about you guys? My OBS was lagging earlier, so if it does freeze, I honestly wouldn't put it past it being, like, OBS freezing. Oh my god, I can't find the picture anywhere. Where is it? I don't know where it's at. I didn't think it was this far back. There's a video of him. What the hell? What the hell? It's back to normal, by the way. What is going on here? Vital Strike, that is a good name. But now I'm sidetracked with a side quest and I have to complete it before I can continue. Dude, am I losing my mind? I know I didn't delete it. What? There's a picture of him laying on my bed, laying on my pillow. He's incredibly fat. He's him sleeping on my bed. He would lay on my pillow. He's rotund, as you can see. Let me turn this off so it turns the glare off. It's gonna get real dark for a minute. He's a stinky boy too. He always smells like wet dog. 'Cause he's always scratching himself. Oh, here it is. I couldn't find it. There he is. He does this and he knows he knows how to get food from me because he does that. It does psychic damage if I don't give him food. Alright, let me turn this back on. He is indeed a heckin' chonker. Heckin' chonker alert. Okay. Now, Vital Strike. Let me do this. Vital Streak. Vital Strike. STR. It would be real nasty if I made this 2d8. Because then it'll crit for 4d8. 2d8. Piercing damage. We'll actually say this has to be prone creatures only. this attack automatically critically hits medium or smaller creatures. Bam. Wait, but isn't every hit on a prone creature a crit? No, it's it is not a crit, it's advantage. It's actually yeah, it's prone creatures. No, they have advantage if you are prone within 5 feet. If you are not within 5 feet, you actually have disadvantage. Damn, whoever made this music should have been promoted to the President of the United States of America because it slaps. A lot of predators have a kill instinct of attempting to do quickly. Dispatch praise they can do really well. So this now you can outplay this if you have adamantine armor, because I think stuff like this would make adamantine armor much more useful. Do not give this critter an insta-kill. No, I wouldn't. I don't really have too many creatures that have that. I feel like if you give too many creatures instant kill abilities, it takes away from the ones that have it. Okay, so that's what it can do with its beak. I could technically add the shriek onto the beak, but I think that would be better if it was classified as a special action rather than anything else here. Also, I need to change the multi-attack. I might need to make this makes 3 attacks. One with its beak and 2 with its talons. Bears technically aren't a predator, they're an omnivore. Bears don't have the kill instinct. The hungry bear will bite chunks out of you without killing you first. They eat you alive. So happy to be on the same planet as those things. Yeah, bears are pretty scary. Especially Brazilian bears. Brazil. I should probably not randomly capitalize that. They're infested with evil worms. What a fact. Is that a cool bug fact that you just gave us? Okay, so the rend attack now knocks you prone. The grip attack still basically works the same way, but this should actually be medium or smaller creatures. The dive bomb attack is now problematic because I said that it can make 2 talon attacks. Well, I guess it's not that bad. Well, actually, yeah, because it doesn't make sense. How the hell would I word this now? I guess technically he can fly in, hit a rend attack, and then force you to make a save with the dive bomb, but that's not how it was designed. That kind of seems a little weird. Shit. I might have to make this 4d6 slashing damage. And then specify in the multi-attack that it makes 2 rend or grip attacks with its talons. It may replace both talon attacks with a dive bomb. Now this is becoming incredibly wordy, so we're gonna have to format this slightly here with Chat GPT. Can you format this so that it uses less characters and still says the same thing? What if I did just start doing this? 3 attacks. 1 beak. 2, say 2 talon attacks. Rend or grip. May replace both talon attacks with a dive bomb. Let me just do this. Let me see how does this look. 3 attacks, 1 beak, 2 talon, rend or grip, or dive bomb replaces both talon attacks. I think that works. Bears are infested with parasites. If you just touch the fur of one, then rub your eye or something, you get them. Wow. Damn, nature, you scary. That seems not very cash money. The music reminds you of Loop Hero. I've never heard of Loop Hero. Am I just uncultured, apparently? The eggs are all over, including the fur. Wow. What a cool bug fact that is. Okay, special actions. Visible character. Okay, gotta do that, and then we do. What do I want to call this? I guess Shriek. Shriek is fine. Shriek. 5 feet. I don't want this to be magical. I just want this to be like it's shrieking so loud that it's like bursting your eardrums. DC. Con save. Con save or 4d6 thunder damage. And the creature is deafened. 5-foot radius. Say, I think like 2d6 is fine. Maybe 3d6. 4d4 to thunder damage. 4d4. Alright, Abernathy. I will catch you later. How about disorientation or fear instead of damage? TC. What do you guys mean by TC? Talk cutie? Ew. Oh, come on, man. You can be gay with the boys. It ain't gay. We'll do... Yeah, you know what? I think I'll do... Or... The creature... Creature is deafened for 1 minute and dazed. My conditions here. Conditions. Guys, I'm really in the mood to run a D&D game today. I want to play D&D really bad. I haven't played in so long. Conditions list. I miss D&D as well. We need to start playing again. Matt was pretty he's pretty lonely, and I think if we start playing again it might help him. But the thing is, like, I want to finish our campaign that we were running, but we've taken so long of a break. I don't feel like Jordan's gonna be playing again because he's already running his own thing. If I start another campaign, though, I want to try to stick to like 4 players and then like just stay with 4 players instead of having like 5 or 6. -1. Ability checks. Until the end of its next turn or receiving healing stacks cumulatively. There, the shriek doesn't deal damage, but it definitely inflicts a quite a hefty debuff upon the and it's only a 5-foot radius, so it's like if you're really close is it that loud so that it hurts you. I'm down for all D&D, yes. I know Locke, like, he prefers D&D, so I feel like it's kind of like I need to do D&D and not Shadow Dark for the home table, for the home group. Now I should probably say we'll also send the stat block idea. Shouldn't have to add this to the stat block, but it should also terrify animals. Yeah, it has like a predator trait or something. Do whatever you want. Well, I think I have to compromise at least a little bit, because you guys have to have fun too. I think I took long enough of a break from 5e now that I'm like ready to get back into it. It's just now we have to figure out what day. I know Locke. What days can Locke play? It has to be Wednesdays, right? 'Cause he has 3 days off. Actually, we're gonna have to say this makes 4 attacks. 4 attacks. I think Wednesday. We'll say. And uses Shriek if available, if able. And now we do this, but we make Shriek a recharge. Recharge 5 or 6, so it can't spam it constantly. Most of your week is pretty free too. I wouldn't mind playing in a D&D game. I am gonna, like, I really, like, I love Shadowdark. I love the fucking spellcasting and everything. But I think, okay, so like 5e can give me that same feeling, but like a lot of that comes from like the lower levels of play, because I just feel like the game moves faster, and it just feels more intense. Like the combats feel more important. It's not that like high level combat doesn't feel important, but like if I like as per the Bard's Gauntlet Runner series kind of shows, like that low level D&D is like fun still. Oh, you know what I could do to make this really deadly is I can give its that might be a little too much. Give it a dot attack so it does dot damage when it hits you. Also, I think I could give it the Wyvern ability to drop something on you. I just remembered. I forgot about that. Object drop I could do. 'Cause why not? Although, what do I want to... Let me see here, let me see. Say, is Locke home right now? Or is he, I don't know if you're still in here or not. Hey man, you know me, I like making stat blocks, no need to thank me. He ran up to the gas station. Unfortunately, my dear viewers, this is me speaking about my home game. This is a private access. You have to have a special card to get in for this one. Although, I don't know who would be playing in this one. I think I already have 4 players. I want to get Matt in with us again too, because he's been wanting to play. Is the password? The username is username, and the password is password to get in. Okay, let me see here. Object drop. Now, this wouldn't have to be specified as a special action, right? Set medium or small object from its talons, targeting a point below in a 10-foot radius. Do 10-foot radius. Each creature in range makes a dex save or takes 1d6 bludgeoning per 10 feet the griffin is above the ground. D6 max and is knocked prone, we'll say. I think that's good like that. So now it has a wide array of things it can do here. I think the Wyvern, that's probably one of the best creatures that I've made. I just really like how deadly the venom is for the Wyvern. It's such a nasty, nasty thing, but that's all based off of lore. That's why I like working with lore. Going back to the D&D thing, for those of you that want me to run a game for you, I'm running a lot of Shadow Dark games for the Discord, but there's a private channel in there. You have to have the role to see it, but people have given me pretty good reviews for that, so people enjoy that pretty much, something like that. I can't talk English language. I'm a native English speaker, I swear. When's the last thing I used Dazed in here? Let me see. Let me go to my my Patreon real quick. Let me see here. Because I know I did something recently where I had Dazed in there and I made it easier to I just want to make sure I'm wording everything consistently here. Sorry guys, give me 1 second here. I'm looking for something. Where is it? Okay, there it is. Where is it? How did I word this? I said suffers a -1 on attack rolls, saves, and ability checks till the end of its next turn, or receiving magical healing stacks cumulatively. Okay, I got it. There we go. Okay, whoa, let's check this here. The ruthlessness of the hobgoblins is my favorite bad guys. The wyvern's venom sting was super scary, had a lot of impact, made the battle more memorable. When the NPCs in my campaign hero warlock survived the wyvern sting, the respect for the warlock goes up. Yes. Well, yeah, in the lore, wyvern venom disintegrates your arteries as it makes its way through your bloodstream. So I don't know how much more deadly you can get other than, it instantly kills you. But I think, like, it's scarier when it's, like, a slower... Like, an instant kill thing, sometimes it feels cheap. So, like, when you make something that damaging, I think it makes it kind of more scary because it's, like, happening over time. And I think making the wyvern venom also... happen over time like a poison rather than just a one and done thing makes it a lot scarier too. Let me see, multi-attack here is worded a little sussy. Talent attacks. I feel like it would actually be like this. Uses shriek if able, then makes 1 beak attack, 2 talon, rend or grip. Attacks or grip. It may replace both talon attacks with a dive bomb. There we go. I think that's better. I found your channel because of the ogre video and got sucked in by the various giant videos. Thank you. Yeah, I think the ogre was like the one that blew my channel up. I posted it to a Facebook group, and I think that's where I got a lot of views from too for that video. That one has like the most views on it. It's got like 4,000. I haven't been able to recapture that, so I guess I feel like my editing is really boring in those older videos, but those ones have like the most views. I think this is done for the Griffin adult stat block, right? Like it seems like I can't think of anything else to add. It does all this other stuff here. We're gonna call this Dunzo, because I can't think of anything else. Facebook people are boring, so you probably asked. Well, it's weird because that same group, I've tried to advertise stuff on there before, but they randomly stopped letting me upload or post links to my channel, that's like how you're supposed to advertise stuff like a YouTube channel. You want to post it in places, but Reddit doesn't like when you advertise. Facebook doesn't like when you advertise, so it's just frustrating when you're trying to get the word out that you do this stuff. Because just growing naturally on YouTube takes a very long time, and D&D is already a horrible niche to get into on YouTube right now. I think views across the board for everyone are going down. It's pretty, the D&D YouTube space is pretty dead at this current moment. It's kind of unfortunate, to be honest. I just realized everything this thing does requires a saving throw. And that's kind of annoying. That's fine. It should be fine, right? Okay, so I made 2 Griffin stat blocks. Oh, man. What time is it? 8:04. It's the perfect time to start running a Shadow Dark game. Or a D&D game. Tweaking. I haven't played D&D in so long. I don't think it's so much as like teenagers have no interest. I think it's like Wizards of the Coast killing their own game. Like they're literally just shooting their own game in the back of the head, and then they're like, "I don't know what happened. Nobody wants to play it." And now everybody's just leaving. They're going to other systems. Plus, I think my channel is kind of a niche within a niche because I'm mostly focusing on creature stat blocks. I just realized you guys can't see like stuff that I'm typing because of this. Wow. Yeah, and then they're also who knows what they're gonna do with this like gambling company that they're like making deals with. That's another thing that's kind of pretty concerning. And they're pandering to an audience that, never really... They played the game, but, they're pandering to one audience and then kicking their original fan base out, so the original fan base is just like, okay, we'll just go play Pathfinder then. Screw you. Oops. Elite or shadowed or something. You don't think the hobby is going to survive in the younger people? I don't know. Fantasy doesn't feel as cool as it used to. Like, growing up watching the original Lord of the Rings trilogy and stuff, like, that was really cool fantasy. Now fantasy has taken a tone shift that I feel is pretty lame. And it's hard to, like, say... It's like, oh, yeah, like if you look at Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power versus Lord of the Rings, versus, like, the original trilogy, like... That's what people are gonna think of, like the younger generation. They're gonna say, "Oh my God, you like Lord of the Rings? You're that dude that likes, the like the Rings of Power compared to the original trilogy." Is what I'm saying. Like people are gonna remember it as the Rings of Power and not the original because the original's older. And I think Rings of Power is garbage. I refuse to watch it. I've watched people like talk about it and stuff, and like I've seen plenty just from like the people talking about it that I don't need to watch it because it'll just make me mad. I don't like how the elves look. I don't like how they all have short hair. They just don't look like elves to me. I find it quite offensive, in fact. How dare they ruin my precious fantasy genre. Yes, modern fantasy is indeed too clean, too colorful, and too shallow. It also feels like... It doesn't feel like a fantasy world. It feels like... It feels like modern day people cosplaying as fantasy characters. Like I mean, unfortunately, like, you just see, like, the ideology is, like, just bleeding right through, and it's, like, in your face, and it doesn't feel like what you would think a fantasy world would feel like. It just feels like, take modern day, you know, people, and then just put them in fantasy costumes. That's fantasy. Like, in the D&D movie, it was not a bad movie, but it didn't feel like a fantasy movie to me. I think that a good example of, like, even, like, realistic fantasy, like, if you watch The Black Death, that movie, that the costume designs in that movie versus, you know, the costume designs in the D&D movie is, like, it's like night and day. I don't want to see fade cuts and, like, man buns in a fantasy world. I want to see, like, they have, like, the dude's got, like, the bangs and then, like, the bowl cut. Like, that's how they cut hair back then. How does this dude have a fade cut? And he's in a fantasy world where automatic clippers don't exist. Like, I don't think directors think about stuff like that, but that stuff matters. Writers cannot comprehend life outside modern big city dwelling. World of Darkness. Gothic punk. I've been thinking about it a lot. People can't get in the minds of old farts anymore. Omega lol. I wish I could get a picture of, like, the Black Death costume design, but, like, it's hard to get an image of it. Movie. Isn't that what it's called? Isn't it called Black Death? Yeah, Black Death. I need to get a comparison, like, now I have to get a comparison just to, like, show the difference between, like this costume design versus like modern day. Oh, God damn it, it's so low quality. Actually, no, it's not. Let's see if this will come up here. Okay, that's perfect. Okay, that is fantasy costume design, okay? Everybody looks grimy, they look dirty, they're like, that is what I picture when I think of an adventuring party. That. The colors are all dark. There's no bright pink colors in this. Like, the hairstyle, look at this guy on the end here, his hairstyle right here. That's a medieval haircut. Okay, that is this guy's haircut. It's just long hair. It doesn't look like, none of these guys have fade cuts. None of these guys have man buns. Now let me try to find the D&D movie cast or something. Like, I need to see them, like, standing in a line in the movie and, like, just show the comparison. Okay, here we go. Perfect. This is the perfect, like, comparison, I think. Maybe people won't see it. Maybe I'm just being, like, bitter, but okay, compared to this, to me, this doesn't feel like fantasy enough. I don't know why, but, like, they just look too clean. Like the costume designs, like, they all look clean and, like, clean cut, versus you look at this, like, you know, they're grimy. They look like they live in the medieval times. Like, that's perfect peak fantasy for me. And then you get this, and it's like, you know, I don't know if I guess his character was supposed to be a bard, but I'm trying to think of another example of, like, even, like, the Rings of Power. Rings of Power elves versus, like, diversity crew. Yeah, exactly. That's what it just like, it sucks, man. It feels like they're killing fantasy, like brick by brick they're dismantling fantasy. Even this, hold on, can I get this to show up on my other screen here? Like, it's fantasy, but it's not fantasy. It's just not to me. Some of the outfits are cool. Like, I like his breastplate, looks really cool. Galadriel's is okay, but like, it's also a cardinal sin that they reworked how the Gondorian armor looks like. I think it's a literal cardinal sin that they changed how the Gondorians looked in the Rings of Power. I'm one of those people where, like, if I see that you screwed something up that I'm a fan of, I just completely, like, disregard everything. Like, that is primo fantasy soldier right there. Like, come on, man. That's like, their armor is like, it's beautiful, it's awesome looking, the designs, the engravings on the helmet, they all have like the long hair draping down their armor. Peter Jackson, Lord of the Rings original trilogy elves versus like Rings of Power elves is another thing. I know I'm rambling and I'm ranting, but you know. Another thing too, they don't have the Elrond actor in here, but like, dude, he just looks so dumb compared to the original trilogy's Elrond. The diversity crew, they legitimately are. Most things we remember have been tarnished one by one. I guess this is like what old people feel like whenever my generation was growing up. I don't know, man. Like, I just don't like the direction fantasy is going in anymore. It's just, to me, it's just like bad. It's trash. That's like such a Zoomer argument, but really, like, to me, this is peak costume design. This is trash. Peak trash. Somebody's gonna like clip this and then be like, look at what this guy's saying about, he's just a hater. I'm gonna do like a breakdown. This is different though. The current changes are forced and not natural. Yeah. You know, it's hard not to make it political, but like, it really is. I think most of the decisions that have changed fantasy are political ideology reasons, and it's pretty unfortunate. You really hate to see it happen. I just permanently live in like the early 2000s with like media and everything. Like, I honestly, I could re-watch the original Lord of the Rings trilogy 100 times and it never gets old for me. Man, what it would be like to be an elf in Lord of the Rings, man. That's just so cool looking. It's kind of half clipped off on my screen on here. I love the armor design in the original trilogy too, like the segmented like golden leaf armor design that's like overlapping. The banded armor is what I mean, like, and plus, like, another thing that I noticed too is like the facial structure of the elves, like the actors that they chose. They chose, all of the actors have this very like slim, like facial feature that like is lacking. That's like a good way to say it. Let me look at like Rings of Power Elrond. It's just so disgusting to me. Open image. Let me open image in new tab. Like Hugo's facial structure, he has such an elvish facial structure. And then you look at like him compared to this actor, like I don't know why, but like his facial structure doesn't look like what I think an elf would look like. And like you can say, oh, it's fantasy, like it doesn't have to be like, you know, it could be whatever you want, it's fantasy, but it's like, yeah, okay, but this is how it's been established like for the longest time. Why are you trying to change it? Maybe this is just me like literally being insane, but to me, I don't know, man. Hugo Weaving is Elrond to me. There will never be another Elrond, because to me Hugo Weaving is Elrond. Let me read here. Sorry. Dry your eyes, gentlemen. I have returned. Oh snap! I came at the right freaking time. Welcome back to the land of the living. Yeah, I'm ranting about how I don't like how modern day fantasy looks compared to like older fantasy stuff. All the swords and armor were the real deal. I adore the Galadriel armor a lot. The binding of the hood, the helmet is awesome. Rings of Power is an abomination to Tolkien. Yeah, it is, and it. You know what? I'm gonna be real here, guys. I was on the side where I was like, yeah, I don't care what they do. Like you could have your political ideologies. I don't care. It doesn't affect me. But the second they made Rings of Power and they destroyed Lord of the Rings, that's when I started getting angry, like at the left side of things, because that, and then like the Magic the Gathering Lord of the Rings set where they made Aragorn black for absolutely no reason other than to make people mad, because that's how they advertise through rage baiting people like me, and it works because I get really mad when I see shit like that. So I guess kudos to them, because they are very good at what they do, making original fans mad. Based take, my dude. Thank you. I'm glad you guys agree with me. I'm not like insane and alone here. I never had that stance. I knew it was about subverting Western culture. I wish I was a necromancer so I could bring back Tolkien. Yeah, and what's sad is I'm pretty sure Amazon had like quadruple the budget that Peter Jackson had for the original trilogy, and they just like fumbled it so hard. I seen that clip too with like the orcs, and they had like the orc child and stuff, and like that's the prime example of what I'm talking about, where it's like you can't have evil races because it's offensive, because we're trying to make it like somehow we're trying to compare it to like real world racism or something. Can't just let fantasy be fantasy. We have to make it like a real world equivalent to everything, instead of it just being a literal fantasy universe and it being different and not having anything to do with real life. I still remember a guy crying about finally being seen when he sees the race swapped card. Yeah, it's like, okay, man. Like here's my stance on the black elf in the Rings of Power. Like, I don't have a problem with there being elves that are black, as long as it makes sense. But the thing is, I'm pretty sure in Tolkien's world, like where the elves are natively in the world, it wouldn't make sense for them to develop a dark pigment in their skin. They live in like forests and stuff. They're under the shade of trees, so why would their skin develop the dark pigment that it does? Like, people that are born in like desert places, their skin has that darker pigment, I'm pretty sure, because it has something to do with how like the sun is like absorbed into their skin or something. I don't know, I'm not a scientist, but I know it has something to do with that. So like, it just literally doesn't make sense. Aragorn's a human, so it's like, yeah, he could have been, you know, born black, but like, also, why didn't they just make them based off of the original trilogy actors? Like, why are you trying to erase Viggo? Viggo is Aragorn. There will never be another Viggo. He is the best Aragorn there is. Nobody will change my mind on that. I don't think, like, unfortunately, I think we have to move past Lord of the Rings, because all of the actors that played in the original trilogy are getting older, and they're not going to be able to keep reprising these roles. Nobody will make anything original. We just keep rehashing things that were good and then ruining them. That's what really irritates me. The black Aragorn Magic the Gathering card he was crying about, that doesn't make sense in Lord of the Rings at all. Elves aren't human anyways. They don't have the same genetics to develop different shades like humans. I don't know like the specifics on that, but like, I would just see it as like, if there were elves that were like born in like a desert like environment, or an environment that was like incredibly hot, it would make more sense. Like, okay, yeah, I could see it, you know, they have elvish blood in them, they're born with a darker pigment in their skin. It makes sense. Normally, if you talk about stuff like this, people will just ignore everything that I'm saying and call me racist. And it's like, don't let people tell you that you're racist when you know you're not fucking racist. Like, I'm not racist. I'm not gonna let somebody that has a savior complex sit here and tell me that I'm racist. Like, just because I'm trying to, like, you know, make a point to something and you don't want to hear it, so you just like call me racist or something. Like, whatever, dude. But that's the problem. Like, you can't have a conversation about stuff like this, because that's where people go with it. Like, they just take it to the extreme, and like, you can't have a conversation about it. And it's just that, it's fucking sad, isn't it? They only say stuff when they can debunk your claims, or when they can't debunk your claims. Yeah, and then it just turns into a shouting match. It's an extreme example to like go to like say something like this, but it's like, imagine if they race swapped, or they had a white actor play like Martin Luther King or something. Like, they would be pissed off. People would be pissed off. People would be rioting over that shit. So like, why is it not okay whenever somebody gets mad that like you race swapped I mean, like, the Aragorn Magic the Gathering card's not even depicted as Viggo, which that's what irritated me. It wasn't necessarily that he was they turned him into a black guy. It was like, this isn't Viggo Mortensen. And then Gandalf looks like an Asian dude. He doesn't even look like Sir Ian McKellen. And it's like, brother, Sir Ian McKellen is Gandalf. I'm sorry, there is no other Gandalf. There will never be another Gandalf. Sir Ian McKellen is Gandalf. I liked the how Gandalf was depicted in the cartoon too. Like, I like that old wizard archetype, like the giant wide brim hat. Oh yes, hobbits, we must go into Mordor. Like, I like that super intelligent old wizard trope. For real though, I got called a xenophobe for saying country borders are a good thing. Yeah. It's just insane. Like, you can't have a conversation, let alone a debate anymore, because it just turns into insults. That's the problem, I think, with modern day politics, is there is no middle ground. There cannot be a middle ground, because it is just tribalistic. This is why I like being a moderate, like somebody that's in the middle, because like both sides are just tribalistic and hate-filled maniacs when it comes to certain things, and it feels like an alien I feel like an alien. I feel like I don't understand both of your perspectives sometimes. I think race swapping of characters has everything to do with being a publicity stunt to capitalize on controversy to spread advertising and hype a movie. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, they do it as like rage bait. Like the Aragorn card. I'll try to bring up a picture of it. MTG Aragorn. I can't, dude. I still can't believe they did this. Like, come on, man. Hold on. I have to fix it. Okay. That is not Aragorn. I don't know who that is. His outfit doesn't even look like a Gondorian outfit. He has a vague resemblance of the White Tree of Gondor on his armor. But that's not Aragorn. Who is that? You're calling him Aragorn, but that's not Aragorn. Scary part is how much they project. A lot of what they say about the opposite is exactly what they're doing. I also agree with that, and this is like controversial, but I think a lot of people, like the whole argument, there's a guy in my Discord that kind of always comes at me whenever I say anything that involves this stuff, but what I was going to say, oh, you DM'd me an Aragorn card. That's, yeah, why couldn't they, is that a fan-made thing? I don't know if this will take me there. Yeah, that's Aragorn. How hard would it have been to just do that? How hard would it have been to just do that? I, as a fan of Lord of the Rings, would have marked the fuck out over that. I would have flipped out and bought that card immediately, and I don't even play Magic the Gathering anymore. Okay, back to what I was saying about projection. I think there is, yeah, try not to pander challenge, impossible. I think there is a serious problem with people that have a savior complex projecting their insecure thoughts on other people. And what I mean by that is, okay, it seems like with a lot of these changes, like if you look at the D&D 5e orc changes, we have to lower our voices so they don't hear us, so they don't call me a bigot or whatever for literally stating a fact here. It feels like people make these changes because they themselves have these racially charged thoughts in their head where somehow their brain leaps to the conclusion that orc equals black guy, and because they think that way, they change it and force that change on everybody because they want other people to think how they're thinking so they don't feel guilty about it. That's my opinion. That's why I genuinely think people do this shit. I genuinely think that's why, like, orcs are becoming these, like, soft, humanoid, like, just human with gray skin and tusks rather than evil creature. Let me look up D&D 2024 orc art. Where's this orc art at? Ah, yes, you know. And here's why I think this also, because it's like, okay, orc equal black person according to this person, right? Orc equal black person, and that bad, but orc equal Mexican person, that not bad, right? Okay, so why is it any better that you're they weren't even depicted as people from Africa. Now you're depicting them as people from Mexico. So, like, what the fuck is going on? Like, it's driving me insane. This is why D&D is dying. Nobody wants this other than, like, a vocal minority of maybe a couple thousand people. And then the 100,000 other people that play the game are seeing this and they go, okay, yeah, this is trash. I'm not playing this. I'm not supporting this. This is weird. Why are they doing this? Why can't orcs just be bad guys? Because me, the designer of the game, well, I don't know, but I just can't stop comparing them to black people, and that makes me uncomfortable, so I'm gonna force those thoughts upon you, and we're just gonna change them entirely and make them seem like Mexicans instead, because that makes me feel better. R.I.P. D&D, man. Things are never gonna change until the people that are making these decisions get kicked out of the company. Sorry, I'm getting worked up here. Let me read the chat. I'm having a based politically charged discussion. I try not to be political, but like, unfortunately, it's like everything in the world nowadays has become political, and it's like, it's just draining, bro. Like, even my fantasy can't just be fantasy because they're making it political. Let me start off with Sim's thing here. He says, whenever we talk about the corpos in charge of decision making for pop culture IPs, we have to keep in mind that the underlying motivation for their actions is always greed. The root is greed. They think orcs are a representation of black people. Sounds about right. Exactly. Oh no. I started to bring up the orc controversy and everybody's like, oh no. Gatekeep the heck out of your hobbies, lest the actual racists get in. This is, I can't remember who made this point, but I think, like, I don't know if it was Asmongold, but like, somebody said, like, the person that makes these decisions, their worst fear in life is being called a racist. And it's like, that's why they make these insane decisions. If somebody calls you a racist and you're not a racist, you're not a racist. It's that simple. It's that cut and dry. You're not a racist. Like, a racist knows when they're a racist. I don't know, man. It's just like, it's so frustrating, especially when you're such a fan of something and then you see people just like this is a smear campaign. This is like assassination of this franchise. And they're going to go out of business. Like, Wizards of the Coast is going to get like liquefied and sold off to another company or something. Something's gonna happen. Like, they're being sued by their shareholders because of this stuff. Like, what was Dragon Age Veilguard? Like, that's a prime example of, like, instead of taking Dragon Age Veilguard and doing what they did with it, I don't have a problem if the lead designer of Dragon Age Veilguard made their own game and like put their, they could have put all their political ideologies and stuff into their own game, not a franchise that already existed. Why do you have to take the franchise that already existed and do that? That's not the original fan base. The original fan base is not the stuff that's not the audience for the stuff that you're making. No wonder why she got kicked out, because it's like, bro, you're completely changing, you're flipping the entire fundamentals of the lore of that world, and you're flipping it on its head, and you're turning it into something that's political. People don't want that shit. It's the same thing with D&D. It's literally happening. Like, we're seeing it happen right now before our eyes, and it's frustrating. An evil race is impossible in their brains and offensive, so they must change it to align with their illusion of reality. I hate that gatekeeping got demonized as an entirely bad thing. Yeah, this is, like, I think a good example of gatekeeping would be, like, you're trying to play Warhammer 40k, somebody comes in and they want to make a furry. Like, I want to make a Space Marine who's a furry. He's got a fursuit instead of a marine armor. It's like, get the fuck out of here, bro. That's probably a good thing. Now, that guy could go and, I don't know, make his own game. But I mean, like, I guess technically speaking, there's nothing wrong with that. But that's just like an example. Maybe that was a shitty example. I made orcs live in what is obviously warring states, feudal Japan, with orcs having a Japanese-inspired warrior culture. Yeah, I just, for me, just what irritates me is, like, the person that directed Rings of Power, if they made a movie that was a fantasy movie, and they just didn't call it Lord of the Rings, people wouldn't have been mad. People just wouldn't. The people that don't want to watch it wouldn't have watched it. And then they would have had a fantasy movie that was like, okay, you have girl boss elf who is like this just badass elf or whatever. You don't have, oh, we're going to make Galadriel a cringe girl boss who's like overly aggressive and like not representational of her character. Instead of like whoops, I closed something out. I mean wizards in D&D, but when furries come up, I don my suit of armor and pick up a holy avenger. It's crusading time. I don't care if furries just do their things away from me. I don't understand furries and like the furry mentality, but I guess I can't really. It's a hobby of sorts, I suppose. So, but it is. I mean, of course, it's weird to me because I don't understand it. But I don't know if it's really that much different from cosplaying. But there's people that are like, I don't understand how you can sit down and play this nerdy tabletop game too. So, orcs for my lore are too primitive for such advanced cultural paradigm. Yeah, I see orcs as like, orcs are the embodiment of rage, unrestrained rage and anger. That's how I picture orcs to be. They're not something you can reason with. They're not something that is got the heart to be, good or whatever. It's not like the horde orcs. These are like savage beasts that live for the sake of slaughter, wanton destruction, because the god that created him, Grumsh, is evil. He imbued this race of creature with his evil tendencies, so therefore they are a reflection of him. Like that Velma show. That's a good point for like, instead of her just making her own cartoon that had nothing to do with Scooby-Doo, she took Scooby-Doo and she turned it into a weird political ideological mess that nobody liked and it got canceled. Yeah, orcs are just big huggable guys who are misunderstood. You're right. How could I be? I'm probably just a bigot for saying that, in fact. Now, you want to play an orc-like creature that's, good. That's why half-orcs exist, because they have human qualities. They have the human side of them is the reasonable side, but they have the muscle structure and the strength and power of an orc, but they're able to be, I don't know if the word's like cordial or something, but they're able to be like integrated into a society, I guess, because they're half orcs, and they removed half orcs and they removed half elves as well, because I don't know why. Orcs aren't even in the 2024 Monster Manual, which is why I don't want to buy the 2024 Monster Manual, because I don't want to support Wizards and their stupid fucking decisions that they're making, because they want to make money and they want to pander to a specific audience. I'm not that specific audience, so why should I buy their books? They said, screw you, I don't care that you've been playing the game. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they did. They removed half orc, they removed half elf. Esper the Bard did a video about half elves being removed, and that's like, bro, okay, man. Thanks, Wizards. I love half elves too, because I like elves in general. Like, I'm a big elf fanboy, because I think elves are like, did I just crash my stream? Did I crash the stream? Are you guys still here? I refreshed my page. I thought I turned my stream off for a second. Oh, okay. Yeah, they removed mixed races, I guess. Again, Do you think there's like a racial reason that they did that? Do you think like there's like some weird thought process going on behind the guy who made that decision, or the person who made that decision, where they're like, I don't know, this is a conspiracy theory, but it just seems weird, man. It seems like somebody has a weird complex going on, and they're forcing everybody else to believe in their complex so they don't feel shitty about it, is what it seems like to me. As I understand it, Tolkien based orcs on the Old English word orknes, which means ogre, demon, and monster. So orcs are basically half ogres. Why would something based in ogre fit in society? Yeah, like, I don't see an ogre being civil with anything. I don't see an ogre running a shop. I don't see an ogre, you know... That's like the modern day fantasy problem, where they like take these really brutish creatures and they make them really soft. I'm not saying you can't have an ogre that's good. Like, ogres are probably easily persuaded by food, so like you give them food, they'll fight for you. That's like an ogre. That's about the extent of their thought process. They're really stupid. Didn't they trash the OG founders of the game? Yeah, there was what was it? I closed out of live chat. I still have it set to live chat. I think. I'm pretty sure. I hope everything's still running. What was I saying? I lost my train of thought. My brain got derailed. They called Gary every ist in the book. Yeah. The thing that they keep like hounding him on was like something that they took out of context, because like there was like a woman that like he was making fun of, but like this woman had like fired the shots at him first, and he was just like firing back at her, and then everybody was like, oh, he's misogynist, he's a terrible person. You know, I'm sure nobody's fucking perfect, so I'm sure he probably did say some shitty things, but it's like, I don't know, assassinate his character, I guess, because it's the cool thing to do, because he's dead and he can't fight back. Okay, that's what I was talking about, that D&D anniversary book. Let me find it. Here it is. I think it's this. Open image and new tab. Is DM Dungeon Mastery's channel becoming political nonsense? Man, I used to love this guy. All he used to do was make creature stat blocks. Now he's being a political tard. I hate this guy's channel. I'm never gonna watch him again. I can hear it. I hear it and I see the comments now, bro. Bro fell off. Yeah. I can't be a human being and talk about shit that bothers me with my fan base, unfortunately. It's just tragic, really. This book here, I don't know, man. It's like, dude, they attacked him in this book. From what I know, I listen to a lot of like drama channels, but I've tried to like slow down on that a little bit. We're here for you, good buddy. Thanks, pal. Appreciate you. I need to get that clip where it's the twinkle, twinkle, little star, and put that with like the modern day fantasy artwork, and then do Killing Floor music for like the old style artwork. I did actually want to make a video where I was like, this is the problem with modern fantasy versus like early 2000s, 90s, 80s, 70s fantasy. Hold on, I'm gonna play some metal music. This might be very loud, but like, I want my fantasy to feel like this, basically. This is like what I mean when I say, like, when I think of fantasy, I want it to feel like heavy metal music, like you're running into a group of orcs Aragorn style and you're cleaving through them, slicing their heads off, disemboweling them, slicing their arms off. Like, this is probably really loud. Let me turn it down a little bit. I want my fantasy to feel like the music that you're hearing right now. That is what I want my fantasy to feel like. Heavy metal fantasy. Warhammer Fantasy is like a good prime example. Hopefully they never kill Warhammer Fantasy. Yeah, this is from Killing Floor. I don't know how loud it is because it's not as ambient as the other one. It's just going to be a compilation of me talking really fast as I'm talking about why modern day fantasy is trash, what this playing in the background. I wonder if I'll get copyright struck for this. I don't think I will because it's from a video game. DM, you would probably like my game then. Whenever we get around to combat encounters, mayhaps I would. Villains that aren't morally gray are actually just irredeemably evil are so refreshing. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Because everything is like, I think you can have a villain that is tragic and you like understand, like, he's like, my father used to beat me when I was a child like a dog, and then I killed him, and I punished everyone in my village by burning it to the ground. It's like, okay, I understand him, but he's still evil. Like, we still need to kill him because he's gone overboard. He's lost it. He's gone overboard. But now it's like, my dad beat me with jumper cables. I've had this song stuck in my head for like the past 3 days, so I just wanted an excuse to play it on stream, actually. I'm just kicking babies, dude. Yeah. To me, that's like chaotic evil. Like, chaotic evil has like no redeemable qualities. They are just evil for the sake of being evil and wanton destruction. Like, they need to be killed and dealt with. Do you guys ever have you guys ever watched The Basic Expert? He's a YouTube channel. We should like watch his video on stream together. A video that I really like of his. I'm so sick of he's just misunderstood because it's so poorly done now. When done right, fantastic. But so many people make horrendously awful people and then try to justify them and villainize the hero. Kind of like Joker, right? Isn't that what they've done with Joker? It's like, yeah, he beat Harley Quinn, but he's just misunderstood, right? Ah, yes, a nice cleansing heavy metal. All right, I'll put the fantasy ambient dungeon synth back on. I'm so sick of Joker, brah. I wish I was less mentally drained, but this was a good chat. I couldn't add much to it today. They actually did that with Harley. They did that that Batman game where they like execute Batman and they expected people to just be okay with it or something, and then everybody was pissed off about it. I remember. I think it was the Sewer Slide Squad. I can't say the S word because I'll get demonetized. That's another thing. I'm so sick of fucking YouTube and their stupid arbitrary rules about words that you can and can't say. It's just really cringe to me. You can't say the word, so in order to say the word, you just have to say a word that sounds like it, so you're still just saying the word anyways. Okay, it makes so much sense, right? It doesn't make any sense to me. It's weird. It feels cringe, bro. Yoink the Justice League. I love Joker in 2019 because that's how you do it right. It kept the tone right of he's doing horrible things. You see how he got there, but the movie never tries to say it's okay though. Yeah, exactly. Like, somebody becomes a villain because of like tragic things that happen to them, but it doesn't make what they're doing right. Like, they could have found another way to express themselves or something, like by, becoming a hero, as in like preventing the things that happen to them from happening to other people. But instead they go the other route where they punish the world because they want the world to feel how they feel. That's like precisely, DM. Glad you guys agree with me. If you guys disagreed with me, I would have Archivist ban you, so I'm just kidding. That's kind of like, I want my channel and my audience to like not be an echo chamber. So like, somebody could challenge me on like my opinion on something, and I don't want to be like, okay, ban that guy, this has to be an echo chamber where like we're only reverberating the same ideas off each other, because I think echo chambers are actually the problem with modern day social media. That I think that's like, I know this is like not a D&D stream anymore, and it's just me talking about like modern day shit. I'm still talking about fantasy stuff though, so I think it's a viable thing. I think the problem with modern day social media is the fact that my cursor has disappeared and I can't see it. There it is. Is the fact that all of it is just an echo chamber. It's echo chamber v echo chamber. Now, I've talked a lot of shit, or it could be construed that I've talked a lot of shit on the left-wing ideology, and it might seem like that I'm a conservative, but I'm actually not, because I don't like conservatives either. Sorry if you are a conservative. I don't like your political party, I'll say. That's why I'm a moderate. But I think both sides are equally fucking insane. That's just my opinion. Nothing on you if you are, because you don't have to be insane if you're on those sides of the spectrum, obviously. You can be a normal human being and not be fucking crazy. But more often than not, I think, taking sides is cringe tribalism. Be a free thinker. 100%. That's kind of how I feel. Like, I was never forced to go to church as a child, so I'm not religious. I try to understand the perspective of a religious person. So if you say like you believe in God, I'm like, okay, I can see why. Like, you grew up going to church, you grew up doing stuff, involving the church. But I also think, maybe I shouldn't go this far because this might actually make people mad. This is why you need to have 6 or 7 sides like Europe. Yeah, the two-party system in our country is terrible. I was actually just having a conversation about this with my friend last night. The problem is, okay, so like our candidates to vote for were Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. I forgot her name for a minute. But here's the problem. It's like, okay, I don't want to vote for this person because they have like all these heinous things that they want to do. So I have to now vote for this person who has one thing that I agree with, but then a long list of other things that I disagree with. But I have to vote for them because if I voted third party, my vote would just go to waste because they get like 100,000 votes versus like the 14 million that the other people get. And it's unfortunate. It's like, like a good example is this is like a cringe funny example, and you have no idea what I'm talking about if you don't play RuneScape, but RuneScape has polls that they'll post to the community where they'll have like one thing in there that everybody's been wanting, but then they'll have like a laundry list underneath of it of all these other changes that people don't want. And that's what it feels like to vote for, to be a voter in America. Like seeing our president pretty much just like do a smear campaign on Zelensky on live TV is like so embarrassing as an American. So if you're like a left-leaning person in my chat, there's me talking shit on the right. I'm not for either or. I like being neutral. That's my alignment in real life. It's neutral. Orange Man and Laughing Stock TM. I ain't never go to church, but I believe in God due to personal experiences. Yeah, religion is like a weird slippery slope for me because I believe in the paranormal, and if I say like okay, yeah, this feels like there's like a demonic presence in this house, but then I'm like, I don't believe in God or something, then it feels kind of weird. So like I'm like, I don't know, I say I'm an atheist, but I think I'm more of an agnostic than an atheist. Just like that Simpsons episode with the aliens, Keck. Go ahead, throw your vote away. The system isn't flawed and in need of fixing. The system is working exactly as intended and needs to be dismantled. Yeah, I guess that's a good way to put it too. How do you feel about the concept of intelligent design? Like saying like the human body couldn't have been made by like happenstance? Is that what you mean? Also, love that Gondorian armor. Yeah, why not have Gondorians protect us as we talk about heinous political things? Seems like a perfect match, right? We'll put the Gondorians here. They're here to protect us from the cringe. Hold on, let me make it a little bit smaller. This is why you come to DM Dungeon Master. You come here to just ramble. Here, listen to me ramble. I used to be involved in the occult, experienced some rather shocking things which do not allow skepticism. That's pretty scary. Yeah, I don't deny, like, I don't deny the existence that there could be gods, but I think, personally, like, why can't there be multiple gods? Like, the Romans and the Greeks all believed in, like, a multitude of different gods, and then they all got wiped away by, like, essentially Christianity was, like, the update that deleted all the prior gods, pretty much. Gondorians guarding us from the naysayers outside, exactly. Well, just in general, I have a hard time believing everything just fell in place because of the Big Bang. I'm a Christian personally, but even if I didn't believe in God, I believe that I would accept a higher power. I understand that perspective, and like that's a good valid point, but for me, I don't want to like say this and then like make people that believe in God mad, because like my opinion is it sounds harsh, but like it's me thinking about it from like a logical standpoint. So for me, unless Jesus or whatever God you believe in or whoever God you believe in abides by like the D&D cosmology where it's like gods cannot interfere with the affairs of mortals, which that's not how the Bible's written, really. I didn't really read the Bible. I just from what I know about it, so you could say that I'm retarded and I don't know what I'm talking about. But my problem with that is why are all of these horrible, horrendous things happening to us? And I know this is like we're in biblical lore. It's like humans have free will, so like God kind of just wipes his hands and he doesn't get involved, right? Like that's kind of like what it is. But to me, religion, all religion is it's a cop-out way to describe things that we didn't to like come up with a solution or a reason for things happening that we didn't understand back in like medieval times. That's what it seems like to me. Now, I don't think religion is necessarily bad, but I think modern day people that typically follow like religion don't follow it how they're supposed to be following it. Like, trying to formulate my thoughts about this because I don't want to sound like I'm insulting people. That's like not what my goal is, to sound like I'm insulting people. We should go into this in VC sometime. Maybe, as long as you guys aren't going to attack me over stuff. I'm a little bit of a coward. I'm bad at debating, I think. I'm more good at like I throw out like my thought process and then people, you take my thought process as what you will, because I'm bad at like trying to refute things that people say on the spot, because I have to have time to formulate my thoughts, because my brain is very it's like a fragmented hard drive, and then like I might stutter and then it sounds like I don't know what I'm talking about. I mean, I don't know what I'm talking about a lot of things, I'll admit that, but you know what I mean. Yeah, dogpile this man, get him. Modern people are far more material minded. I didn't finish my point to what I was saying about religion. Hold on. Let me read what you guys were saying. Sorry. I find it is a fascinating subject. Like when I hear things that really fascinate me are like the stories of like what people have seen when they were like dead and then like they got resuscitated. That stuff kind of gives me hope that there's an afterlife. But then like you look at the scientific part of it and it's like your brain releases all these chemicals that help you like essentially like calm down and not be afraid when you're dying. But it's fascinating hearing your perspective, and don't feel bad. I often talk with a good friend of mine on a deep aspect of theology and philosophy. I wish I could explain it here, but it's deep. Yeah, it's hard to like explain religion. Okay, so let me go back to what I was saying. So like, I see religion as it's sort of like it was made as like a playbook for how to be like a decent human being, essentially. Like that's pretty much all it was. And then like there's things in this playbook where it's like, well God, why did ye kill my child? Like why did my child, why was it born and then it died because it had some sort of horrendous disfigurement or disease? And it's like, well, it's just God's plan. Or I don't know. There's probably a lore reason in the Bible. I'm not like super well versed in biblical lore, but like I'm trying to formulate my thoughts here. I was like going off the handle last night. I felt like I was making really good points, but now it's like just not in my brain, in the fragmented hard drive. Like the human brain is the only organ that has ever named itself, right? The human brain cannot grasp the concept of death. It is terrified of death. It doesn't understand. Like when you sit here and you really try to think like, what happens when I die? And you really try to think about it for a minute, your brain starts to like have a fucking meltdown. Like it starts short-circuiting. Like if you're not religious, like if you don't genuinely believe there's an afterlife, your brain starts to short-circuit. It's like it's just blackness. You just unplug the monitor and it's gone forever, right? That's what it like in it. And then your brain's like no, it can't be that. There has to be something else. I think religion helps ease those thoughts by giving you like a guidebook and a playbook to like, there is something to look forward to after you die. So, don't be a rapist or a murderer your whole life, because there's consequences for that. And I don't think there's a problem with that. But the problem comes in when you are and this is the same thing for leftist people, right? When leftist people are like, I think trans women should play in women's sports, I'm like, get the fuck away from me. I don't want to talk to you. Same thing when you come up to me and you hand me a pamphlet and you say, remember, son, say your prayers, go to church, believe in God, he's real. Don't fucking tell me what is real and what isn't real. I don't want you to push your beliefs on me. Let me formulate my own thought process and let me come up with what I think is real and what isn't real. Don't tell me, like, you know, I'm just like doing a smear camp. I'm just make everybody hate me on this stream, I guess. Like, not trying to do a smear campaign on either ideology, but I'm just saying, like, for example, I don't even know where I'm going with this. I think I got lost in the sauce there for a minute. Pretty much, like, I don't like when people push their beliefs on me. And, like, when you look at religion and, like, how religion can be bad is people pick and choose things out of the Bible that they wish to believe. So they're like, well, I'm not going to stone my wife to death in church because she talked. I'm pretty sure that's in the Bible. But I will say that I hate gay people because it's in the Bible that no man shall lay with another man, right? But it's like, well, dude, if you're going to follow it, stone your wife to death in church at that point. Like, I'm not saying that you should do that, but I'm just saying, like, pick something and stick with it. Don't just like, I think it would be like, if your belief system is malleable, it's flawed. That's like what it seems like to me. I don't know. I'm probably starting a massive argument in the chat here, and I apologize. But again, I'm not trying to attack anybody. This is just like how my brain works. I'm not trying to like smear you and say like, oh, you're stupid because you're religious. I don't think that at all. I don't think religion is bad inherently. I think there are people that follow religion that give it a bad name, like the Crusades, for example. That is Christianity gone wrong. Declaring war on somebody and saying, that is my holy land, so therefore I'm going to march into your territory and kill you because that's ours. I think that's wrong, personally. Alright, let me read the comments here. Let me face the music. Everybody's probably like, you fucking piece of shit, garbage motherfucker. Let me see here. The void of non-existence isn't scary to me because I don't remember what stuff was like before my birth. I will return to an oblivion I cannot be aware of. That's fine. It scares me, I'll be honest. Like, I hope, like, it would be nice to be immortal, but, like, the first crusade was based. Okay, hold on, wait. Progressism is a religion in of its own, but instead of gods worship themselves. For me, it's like, who's to say, like, Jesus is real over me saying Poseidon is real, right? Like, Poseidon wasn't, like, the Roman gods came first before Christianity was written up by somebody. As a person who doesn't believe in, like, Jesus and stuff, I see it as, like, religions are being created by man, but obviously, like, if you're religious, you see it as a different way. Yeah, religion has a consistency problem. That's my problem with religion, and it seems like it's very malleable and, like, picky-choosy on what rules that we should follow versus what rules that you can just ignore. It's like, well, we'll just ignore that rule about stoning our wives to death in church because she spoke up. I don't know if I'm taking that out of context. Usually that's what people say. They're like, people that don't have religion take stuff out of context, but no, I get that. Religion should have consistency with its rules. Unfortunately, we're a broken people, so following it is a process, and a lot of people suck at it, me included. Christianity is based on millennium-old prophecies that were fulfilled in Christ. Read Isaiah 53. In my assessment, based on various actions of God in the Holy Book, God behaves like a cruel, megalomaniacal psychopath who has committed far greater sins than any human. That's not true, brah. I haven't heard that condoning one personally. You stones the gays, not the waifu. Well, yeah, see, like, Sim and Nearly Righteous Lad, like, you two, completely opposite sides of the spectrum, right? Okay, like, Sim kind of has a perspective similar to what I have, but I won't usually be as crass. Like, I'm not going to say what Sim said to somebody who is religious, because to me, I find that, like, I feel like I'm disrespecting you by saying that. I don't like disrespecting people. So, like, I'll say that behind closed doors with my friends. I'm like, yeah, dude, what kind of benevolent creator says if you're not my cheerleader, you go burn in hell for all eternity? You could do the most kind things in the world. Like, you could cure 300 people of cancer throughout your lifetime, but because you didn't get baptized, you now have to burn in hell. Sorry, buddy, that's the rules. To me, that seems shitty. That doesn't seem benevolent to me. But I'm also not very well educated in Christianity. Maybe there's a loophole to that, you know? But also, it's kind of weird that there's a loophole like that where you could be a really horrible person your whole life, and then right before you die, you could say, by the way, I believe in God and I repent everything that I've ever done. Please send me to heaven. And it's like you're Hitler, but then you end up in heaven because you repented right before you died, even though you did all this horrible shit. I like to think, you know, maybe the Greek gods and the Roman gods are still here. You know, people just aren't worshiping them anymore. Because I think Zeus is cooler than Jesus, personally. That opinion I won't walk back, because I think Zeus is a lot cooler than Jesus. I mean, he fucking throws lightning bolts, man. But again, don't take what I'm saying as I'm insulting your religion. I do not mean nor intend to insult your religion. I don't think you're wrong to believe in God, especially if you've had religious experiences and stuff like that. I mean, if we're going to be specific, what causes you to head to hell is your sins, such as lying, stealing, slandering, and so on, and repentance must be true if there is to be forgiveness. Yeah, but like Zeus also turned into a goose to rape a girl, so I don't know about that. I didn't see it happen. It didn't happen. I don't know about that. That's deep cut Zeus lore I'm not aware of. What's the Romans equivalent to Zeus? Because I'm not super... What is the Romans equivalent to Zeus? He turned into a goose? That seems so oddly specific. Jupiter. What does Jupiter look like? Roman gods aren't very... They're not very base. They're kind of fake and gay, in my opinion. Roman... I almost typed in Greek god. He turned into a bull for another girl. Okay. Can't be a coincidence that Zeus rhymes with goose. That's some deep cut Zeus lore. I had no idea he did that. Okay. What if... Who's the most based Greek god? Hermes, right? Because he runs fast. I can't... How did Jupiter look? Well, it depends on age and religion. I'm seeing him here, but I don't know if this is like accurately him because this is an Etsy image. But well, you know, we're doing a learning stream today, so I'll put an image of him on screen here. Interesting. See, when I think goose, I think goose. When I think Zeus, I think God of War Zeus. God of War 2 Zeus. He's pretty badass. And he's pretty badass in God of War, I'm not gonna lie. Even if he did turn into a goose to rape somebody. I'm sorry. I'm not being a rapist apologist. I'm sorry. I'm gonna get canceled. God damn it. It's cut off now. Hold on, wait. There we go. I mean, he does look pretty cool, right? Yeah, I read a lot of Greek mythos for school, and I'm convinced the makers of that myth had some special drugs. If we really want to get into conspiracy theories here, do you guys believe in aliens? Why not? Let's just go off the deep end. We already talked about religion. We might as well talk about, like, aliens and shit. To me, an interesting theory is, like, whenever you see all of, like, the flaming chariots depicted in, like, Greek mythology, there were people that, the Greek gods were all about displaying the evil and temptations humans go through, but in stories. You don't believe in aliens? What? That's crazy to me. See, for me, with how infinitely large space is, I think that there has to be something else out. Like, space is so large that, like, your brain starts to short circuit when you try to yeah, Mark Zuckerberg is an alien. He's an android lizard person. In VC, this would be fun, but I'm too tired. Well, nearly righteous lad, I would say it might be time for bed. The aliens give us the time-honored rectal probe of mutual understanding. It's alien tradition. Keep in mind this ties into my belief as a Christian. I see. Yeah, that makes sense. If it's religion related. I know there's some religious people that think aliens are like demons or something like that. Something dark side. Only if there is an intelligent creator, brah. Life cannot occur naturally. Rectal probe. Irreducible complexity of life cannot allow for life to appear out of non-life. I will agree to disagree with you, and then I will move on from that statement rather than refute you, the correct term. I'm not saying you're incorrect in your beliefs, but I just simply disagree with you. But that's because my brain is fundamentally formed differently from yours because of my upbringing. I was not, like, in any sort of religious, what would be the word? I was not in any sort of, like, religious, community as I grew up, so my brain perceives things differently than your brain does. Does that make either of us wrong? I'm probably wrong to you. I'm not going to say whether or not you're wrong to me, but, you know, I think respectably, each of us can disagree with each other and not call each other a Nazi. Isn't that crazy how that works? Now, if you were an American, you would call me a bigoted Nazi and say I deserve to KYS, because that's what Americans do when they argue over stuff. Neither was I, to be honest, but I did seek out the occult in my early years. I should clarify, I just don't believe in intelligent, sentient life out there. If there's other planets with bacteria, plants, animals, and cool beings. I grew up in a very religious community. This makes my current beliefs a big transformation. I ended up finding much truth in the Bible and some other ancient books. It's so nice to not be called a Nazi. I never went to church. Yeah, unfortunately, I think something actually pretty dangerous is going on with the whole Nazi thing, because we are overusing that word to the point that it's losing its meaning, and now actual people that are neo-Nazis are marching the streets, and I don't feel like there's as much of an outcry as there should be. You're a nopesy. So, like you can go on Reddit and just scroll through Reddit for 5 minutes, and you'll see the left calling the right a Nazi, you'll see the right calling the left a Nazi. I even seen a post on some communism subreddit where they called centrists Nazis, and I'm like, how the fuck is a centrist a Nazi, bro? Like, you don't even know what a Nazi is. Like, I don't know, dude. It's scary, because now everybody, it's just like the term racist. Like, it's been thrown around so much that now when there's an actual racist, it doesn't have as much weight behind it, and like it shouldn't be as scrutinized as it's not getting as scrutinized as it should be, because we're doing the boy who cried wolf thing, and it's like, oh my god, bro, you're acting like such a Nazi right now. Like, come on, man. Can we not, bro? If you see people beating up neo-Nazis in the streets, no, you don't. Exactly. I 100% agree. People younger than me in World War II, there were 16-year-olds that snuck into the military, did not charge up the beaches of Normandy, getting literally sawed in half by MG-42s on the beaches of Normandy, just for people that are born in America to be walking around with a fucking swastika on their shirt. Like, I don't understand how it happens. I don't get it. It is just like blind ignorance. Like, it is just people that are, it's a lack of intelligence. That's what it has to be. It's people are stupid, and then they get indoctrinated into these things. Like, they get, I don't know if it's brainwashing more than it is stupidity and idiotic shit. Sorry, let me read here. You guys are just getting all your political knowledge from me now. This is no longer D&D. This is just me I'm just telling you everything about my personality, so you're just learning more about me to make your own judgments about me, I suppose. If you see people, I already read that. Did you ever hear of the declassified documents in the FBI vault about aliens and other planes of existence they supposedly came from? I actually want to write a movie based on these AI images that I generated about, like, us creating like a portal and going into it, and it's like an alternate reality of ours, but like there's like entities and shit. This is like, I'm going off the rails. I'm not even talking about what you're talking about anymore. Never mind. I don't know what else. I was trying to sound intelligent. Actual ape brain moment. Society, memento. Some of my posts aren't showing. Are you saying the N-word? Is that why your posts aren't showing? Every time your posts aren't showing, I'm just going to accuse you of saying the N-word. Some of the documents had some redacted parts, but most of it was quite shocking. How did it get leaked? Was there like a whistleblower? You're making me say this into my mic, in which Google is going to hear it, and then they're going to send it to the government, and then the Pinkertons are going to come here and kill me. So if I die, it's your guys' fault. They're going to FBI open up, kick the door in, and drag me out, kicking and screaming. If you want to see some Portal fiction, there's an anime called JSDF Gate. Portal opens in Japan. Fantasy monsters invade. Japan sends modern military to fantasy world and wrecks shit. They found the Lolicon universe. It was declassified due to laws of how long a doc can remain hidden. Oh. That's creepy. Was it like shocking as in like this is scary? Like this is creepy shit? Just switch this because we've been listening to this playlist for a while here. In college, my roommates and I named our Wi-Fi FBI surveillance van. My mom did something like that before. I think she likes to do shit like that. Can I just say it's fudged up how they can hide information from the public if it's convenient to them? Yeah, our government in America is like incredibly, I think it's like incredibly corrupt and kind of creepy and weird, and they've done a lot of really questionable things, especially in like I think it was like the 70s. Like there was just a lot of like weird human thought experiment type shit that happened, like introducing drugs to like certain communities and like causing the crack epidemic and all that. About the government telling us about aliens, I don't believe shit they say about it. A press release is meaningless. Want us to believe alien claims, present actual proof, otherwise shut the fuck up. I'll talk about those documents in VC sometime. Who's your favorite Lord of the Rings character and why is it Boromir? Boromir? Who is my favorite Lord of the Rings character? I think I have to go with Gandalf. He's just too epic. Like, I love Aragorn too, so it's like Aragorn and Gandalf, I think, are my two favorites. It's hard to go wrong with those two. Unless proven otherwise, any government claim about aliens are a psyop to distract people from... I was actually about to talk about psyop campaigns. This is tinfoil DM Dungeon Mastery shit right now we're going on about. Yeah, like psyop campaigns, our government... Honestly, I think most of the political turmoil that we're experiencing is all a psyop campaign on the internet. Like, social media has controlled the human populace better than anything has ever controlled the human populace in the world. Like, when that Reddit log was released about like top 5 states with like Reddit users in it, and one of them was like a government psyop base, and then they immediately had to delete it because they just leaked like a government psyop base was like posting stuff on Reddit. Like, anything that you read on the internet, especially if it's like comments and like replies to something, if they say stupid stuff and I'm like, how can people be this stupid? I just start to literally think it's like a Russian bot account, or it's like a Chinese bot account trying to just sow discord and keep people mad at each other. Or it's an American bot account too, because they want us to be mad at each other as well. Because, you know, they gain from us being divided, because then we won't try to overthrow them with riots and all this other stuff. So they say, well, instead of them being mad at us, the government, we'll just make them mad at each other, and then we don't have to deal with them. That's my hot take. I don't even think that's really a hot take. I think that's just like common knowledge, to be honest, at this point. Unless you live in like Appalachia and you're like inbred cousins and you don't understand how the government works. I read somebody literally said, I love paying taxes because I know it helps my government. I read a comment like that before, and like looking back on it, that has to be a bot account. There's no way that's not a bot account. The government. We must destroy... Oh my god, you guys are typing so fast. All the data was debunked right there. We must destroy the government. Elect me instead. I don't think they have as much control as they'd like, but they do manipulate the masses. I gotta watch all the Lord of the Rings films in theaters last year. I was a bawling mess at Boromir's death. I'll openly tell you about the war crimes I'm committing. The government. Well, I'm from Russia, and at least bot attacks here are pretty easy to notice. Huh, that's interesting. The race war, the gender war, the culture war, all of it is a distraction from the class war waged against us by robber barons and kleptocrats who want all their money and power. Yeah, I genuinely think, like, that stuff is being encouraged by the government. Like, hardcore conservatives are always going to be, like, viscerally angry at hardcore liberals, just as liberals will be viscerally angry at conservatives. And I don't think it's never going to change until you just unplug from social media. Like, when you don't go on social media, you genuinely, like, you forget how... I think it genuinely skews your reality of like what the world is actually like. Like, I'll watch a bunch of police body cam video YouTube channels, and like I'll start to genuinely think, I'm like, oh my god, everybody is just a psychopath. And then I have to remind myself, like, they're not, but like only this stuff is interesting. Like, maybe 1 in every 100 traffic stops has a guy, like, the cop walks up to the door and then the dude like pulls the gun and like shoots him as he's walking up to the window or something. But like in reality, I don't think everybody is like that. This chat is too based to be real. Some of y'all gotta be a bot. You know, I'm actually just an AI. I was created to test to see if D&D was actually still popular, and it failed miserably, so now I'm going to become a political commentary channel. Yeah, most of the time you will see a series of comments from different countries that repeat the same talking points in slightly different words. I am not bought. I love eating food and having skin. What is that, like, Mark Zuckerberg meme? He's like sipping water. He just looks like he literally looks like a fucking reptilian person. And typically they have the same naming scheme using their name, for example. Yeah. They definitely... I'm pretty sure... I don't know where I heard this from, but I know that, like, it's in their best interest to like, for, like, China and all that to make, like, fake accounts and then, like, go into, like, YouTube comments and say, like, wild shit to, like... So like, they'll like, pose as, like, a leftist or something, and then they'll go into a comment section and they'll be like, I get abortions recreationally, and I've had like 4 abortions in my life. I don't care. I'll just get another one. Like, they just say, like, okay, nobody's getting recreational abortions, bro. Don't fucking believe when you see shit like that. It's like just insane. But there's people that are like older and they don't know that that's not a real person saying that. I mean, it could be a real person saying that, but the odds of it are, it's like, eh. Oh, I gotta tell you guys about this thing. A coworker said this to me before, okay? Everybody listen. Everybody tell me I'm listening so I know that you're listening to me. You have to listen very closely to what I'm about to tell you. This was from a coworker that I had when I worked as a traffic flagger. I'm waiting for chat to update. I'm gonna hold my breath until chat updates, and I'm gonna pass out because you guys aren't typing. I'm just kidding. Okay, so I had this coworker, okay? He was an old guy. He was like, I don't know, he was like 60 or something. Okay. I fell off my seat. Okay. He was like a 60-year-old guy, okay? Now, whether or not you agree with abortions, that's one thing, okay? I can understand it from the religious standpoint where you're like, you're murdering babies. I understand it from the other standpoint where it's like, it's somebody's body, it's their choice. Don't impede on somebody's rights, okay? This is not the center of this conversation. What the center of this conversation was, I was talking to this guy about abortions, okay? And he's a conservative. He was like this old dude, okay? He's like 60, okay? And he literally said this to me verbatim. So that means there are real people out there that are fucking insane, okay? So he said to me, he was like, Anthony, you want to know what I think about what they should do to mothers who have abortions or they want to have abortions? And he said this to me, like, straight in the face. He just stared at me in the eyes the whole time as he said this. He was like, you want to know what I think what they should do to the mothers that want to have abortions? They should make her have the baby and keep it for a week before they kill the mother. And then I just stared at him. I was like, Kurt Angle meme staring. I was like, how does that person exist in the, like, that is exceptionally cruel to say something like that. That's fucking wild. And he said that to me, and I was just like, based old man. That's not based. That's insane. Dude's still fucking working, and he's like 60, so he obviously has not made good life choices. He so Sigma for that. He needs to be Sigma locked up in a mental asylum. What the Sigma? He thought it was a kick-ass argument. He genuinely did. He thought it was a mic drop moment. And I'm just staring at him like... what? You think that the mother should keep the baby in the hospital for a week and then they kill the mother? What? Are you insane? What's wrong with you? Why? Why would you say that? What's wrong with you? It was just not the kind he expected. Yeah. Mic drop as in, oh, this guy's literally insane. After he said that, I walked away. I walked up to another coworker and I told them that, and they were like, what the fuck? Like, I don't know, man. People say, like, my facial expressions are pretty funny. This is like, if you compare me to my older videos to now, this is like normal me. This is how I act, like, when I talk to my friends. Like, I act like silly and like I facially express everything with like intense facial expressions, because that's like my sense of humor. Everyone talks about deep state mind and not enough about deep people. When you say deep, define the word deep state. I actually don't know what that means. I've heard people say that before, but I've never actually looked into what that means. I can look it up actually. Hold on, let me Urban Dictionary. Water people. They live in the deep. They're water. An unseen body of people within a country who have a powerful influence on government policy. The U.S. deep state wants its existence to be known as a conspiracy theory. So this is like the Illuminati argument, essentially. You hear that, guys? We're in the friend zone. Yeah, now all the female fans, all the female fans can come out and profess their undying love to me now, because I'm tired of being single. Not really. Unless my GF is going to be a based Goonet GF, I don't want one. Okay, my comment apparently got swallowed. Yeah, the last thing that you typed was listening. Deep state is an idea that there's some entrenched bureaucracy that can block or lobby the decisions of elected government. It's mostly myth. It's going deep. It's going real deep. I don't know. I don't have an opinion on that because I'm not super well versed. So I will abstain from such a conversation. Now, if only I could be this funny in my videos, right? Maybe I'd get more views. Guys, if I were to rebrand my channel, what would be like a good way to rebrand my channel? Are you looking at top chat or live chat? I have it on live chat. It's set, yeah, it's set to live chat. I'll refresh it real quick. You know they're complaining en masse for being fired right now. If you want to see every comment, look at the live chat. Top chat is dumb. In America, in my nation, they're much more obvious due to lower IQ. Well, Americans have pretty low IQs too. We just like to believe that we're smart when we're not. It actually makes me really mad when I see Americans arguing with people in comment sections, because I'm like, dude, every other country already fucking hates us. Can you stop being an absolute troglodyte and making them hate us more? I really, like, the personality type that I clash with the most is like the the person that's wrong, but they vehemently believe they're right, and then they have an ego about it. I'm just like, I just want to fucking strangle them, bro. I hate it. My take on abortion is completely out of step with my fellow lefties. I agree that the notion that it is unaliving a baby, but I think the women should be allowed to do that. I think too, because okay, the reason is rebrand. You haven't finished reworking the Dragon Stat block. Well, it's not that I want to stop doing D&D content, but I want to open myself up to be able to just like do chill stuff like this where I could just talk. I wanted to change my channel name to like Anthony something, so like I'm more evergreen, because like DM Dungeon Mastery is like so D&D related. I kind of want to be more evergreen so I can like talk about stuff. But anyways, back to the abortion thing. So is it really better that a woman who is like horribly addicted to methamphetamines, crack, heroin, and all this shit has a child, and then that child is just forced into the system and becomes like a school shooter or something? Or is it better to say this person is not like mentally capable of taking care of a child, they should not have the child? I don't know. Yeeting them into the orphanage though, like, it's I don't know. There's a lot of people that are like seriously screwed up that come from orphanages and stuff. Basic biology without any ideology, just be honest about it. I see it as like you take the kid away from her, but the thing is, like, if the baby's not even like formed yet and it's like an embryo, if you're sucking the baby out and it's like, oh, she's a month until she's due, and it's like, nah bro, cut that shit out and throw it in the dumpster, like that's it might be a little bit of a problem. But when you suck it out and it's like a fucking pink, it looks like a naked rat baby in a bulbous, I don't know what the fuck it's called, bro, an embryo. It's not even aware that it's in existence yet. So like, people will abort litters of puppies, but like, you won't abort like an embryo that's not even a conscious, aware being. And then there's some religious people that say life begins at erection, which is fucking insane to me also. Like, I don't understand that. That's religion gone wrong again. That's why I can't side with conservatives on things whenever they say shit like that. But that's like Westboro Baptist Church levels of crazy. So, that's it's still a human, genetically, biologically. How do you feel about pulling the plug on somebody who is like brain dead? I think I see it as like somewhat like that. Like, if you pull the plug on somebody that's brain dead, life begins at what? Erection. There's like religious people that believe shit like that. It's insanity, and they want to ban like condoms and Plan B and shit like that. Advocate against abortion, they are happy they had a chance at life. And I understand that argument too, so like, I don't think either side is wrong. I think it's just, it's like the theory on like, how do you know that I'm seeing the color yellow as you're seeing the color yellow? Like, I feel fine, no brain, no person. I see abortion as like the whole thing where it's like if somebody's like brain dead but they're still alive, they're still breathing, they're still a living person. Like, let's say a 20-year-old gets into a car accident and he becomes brain dead. And like, you're like, well, we could pull the plug, or we can just let him be functionally brain dead forever, Pro-life people aren't pro-life, they're pro-birth. Once a child is born, they give a small They give so small of a crap, they might as well kick the baby. Yeah, that's the problem too, is like the system is flawed, and until the system, I guess as you would say, it is dismantled and remade, I think abortion is still a valid option until there's a better system. The definition of brain dead is that you can't regain function. I suppose maybe it's a bad comparison, but you know, hopefully you guys get what I'm getting at, though, not just like, okay, he's just a murderous psychopath. We must fix the system as well. You guys want to just go to Mars? We'll just make our own society in Mars. It'll be the moderate society. We'll call it the DM Dungeon Mastery Planet. Planet Dungeon Mastery? When? Planet Dungeon Mastery? When? I don't know why. I don't know what to put on screen, so we're just gonna have Third Age elves on screen while we're talking about completely irrelevant shit that has nothing to do with D&D. This is the chillest discussion I've ever seen on these topics. Can you guys clip this shit and put it on Reddit somewhere so I get more people to come to my YouTube channel? Because I'm scared to do it. I don't want to read the comments on it. Because people will call me a retard or something, and then it'll hurt my feelings. With every effort, killing children because they're a strain on the system is not a good argument. That is a valid... I agree with you, okay? I agree with you. That is a good argument. I will have to refine my thought process on that. I think the reason why this chat is so chill is like, this is a chat full of people who have views that are not all the same, but nobody is taking somebody else's beliefs and like weaponizing it against them. I think that's important, and that's the problem with everywhere else you go. Like if you go onto Reddit and you tried to have this same conversation, people would be calling you every vile name in the book. Like if I went on a conservative Reddit and I said I'm pro-abortion, they would want to lynch me. Like the same thing if I went on a leftist Reddit and I was like, I don't think trans women should play in women's sports. I would be probably doxxed, and then they would murder me or something like that. But like Nearly Righteous just said, he pretty much just shit on my argument, and I agree with him. I made a bad argument there. So I'm not good at coming up with shit on the spot sometimes, so like I have to think about it more before I can retort to your argument. But also there's something beautiful in finding a middle ground, and I think I'm literally shaking and crying right now. Why? I'm literally shaking and crying right now. The fuck is happening over there? I need to just get a gif of like people dancing on Puppet Combo games or something and put it up on screen, and then that's like what I have in the background. I think we need to ask the real question here. What would Elrond think about abortion? I think if it was to abort an elf, he would disagree, but if it was to abort a human, because their lifespans are so much shorter than elves, I'm pretty sure he would be okay with it. Unless you were like a Numenorian or something, because they live until like 200, I think. Nah, nothing. He just said no one's getting emotional. I'm literally shaking and crying right now. Oh my god, I'm literally... Ask ChatGPT this Elrond abortion question. I'm kind of scared to see what it would say, to be honest. Wait, I need to get... I need something that'll retain an audience that has really low attention spans. See, this is why I'm talking about a channel rebrand, because imagine all the other based people out there right now that would not click on this because they think it's just a D&D stream. But it's actually just guys chilling. It's actually just a bunch of boys chilling, having a cool conversation. Oh, hell no. That's actually really accurate. Hey man, I'm somewhat well versed in Lord of the Rings lore. He wanted Arwen to leave Aragorn because he didn't want her to experience him passing away and her being alone. So I feel like it would be very in character of him to be like, well, he would die at the age of 80, and if he was lucky, live until 100. And then what? He's just another man who is dead. Something like that. He would say some cool Elrond shit. Giving that Tolkien was a Catholic. Tolkien was a Catholic, but Elrond is not a Catholic. Bing! That was probably incredibly loud. My mic shows that I'm peaking, so you know, he's actually 87 already. Who's 87? Aragorn? I thought Numenorians' lifespans were like 200. I thought they lived until like 200. Maybe I'm wrong. He had Numenorian blood, so he was a human, but he had Numenorian blood. Okay. I want to ask you guys a really weird afterlife question, but it might be too far. It might be going too far. It's not going too far actually, but hold on. Let me find something here. Puppet combo NPC dancing. Nobody put like a video of like puppet combo NPCs dancing. I was just gonna put that playing on loop instead of Elrond here, so I could just have something to keep the Zoomers occupied. Maybe I should just put a Subway Surfer footage on to retain viewer retention. I'll listen from the floor. Okay. If you die and then you wake up next to your body in the hospital, why do you have ghost versions of your shoes on? So if you have, it's Versace, a brand of shoes. I don't know what Versace is. I just know that's an expensive brand of something. Versace? Is it a cologne? No, it is a brand of clothing. Okay, so if you die with your Versace loafers on, okay, so I heard this guy's recollection of what he's seen when he died, and like my brain goes to like really random, arbitrary details in these stories where it's like, if you die and then you wake up in the afterlife, or like you wake up in hell or whatever, they're always depicted with their clothing on, but it's always like, why do the clothes go with them? Why are his Versace shoes on him in the spirit world? Also, the film misses that Arwen were giving up immortality for Aragorn. Doesn't she though? Because she stays. She doesn't go off to the place that they sail away to. Is that actually like they're leaving to go to another plane of existence, or they're just going to an island somewhere that's like an island of peace? I never actually understood that part. I know that's not based and very gay of me not to know that I can't make that joke. It's 2025. My bad. I didn't mean to say gay as a joke. Please don't kill me. Alright, I'm gonna close. I have like fucking 800 tabs open because I was getting all these images up on screen. You're cooked. Clipped. You're cooked. No, please don't post this on r/liberal, please. I'm begging you. To the west, that is no longer accessible for humans without special permission for the higher power. Ah. Since you are now just a soul, it'll depend on how the creator rigged his reality. Imagine you're one of those miserable sign flippers in a shitty advertising costume. You get taken out by a bus and go to the afterlife in your goofy costume. The Valinor, that's what it is. It's basically heaven. That's what I was confused about, because I was like, they're sailing there, so like, is it like they're sailing and then they go through like a portal into another plane of existence? I never understood what was happening there, but then again, I didn't really look into it much because I'm lazy. But I should have, because how dare I? Ambient dark wood noises. Nearly righteous lad, I thought you said you were tired, and I thought you were going to bed like 4 hours ago. We haven't even been streaming for 4 hours. Oh, well, yes we have, actually. He's a darn liar. He's a damn liar, more like. If it's all just sort of vague thing with no mind behind it, but it somehow exists, you're surely naked. Can I ban him for that? No. Akalo, I left at the Griffin part. I came back to seeing badass King Elrond. Hello, Matthias. Welcome back. It is not very based that you left, but it is based that you returned. So thank you. We're just having a weird... This discussion is just nothing involving D&D anymore. It's just me going off the rails mentally and talking about hot takes and getting myself canceled, basically. I was talking about fantasy when I had these on screen, and I was comparing like modern fantasy compared to like fantasy when I was a kid. It's probably good, Matthias. I want to keep calling you Matthias. I don't know why. Matthias, where are you from? Sent you a picture of the Valinor in relation to Middle-earth. I think I've seen this map before. Let me see. Middle-earth? Wait, where is it? It's the little island in the middle, right? It's coming up as low quality for me. Wait one moment. You're from Brazil. Holy shit. I must be based in Brazil because I have a lot of Brazilian fans. DM Dungeon Mastery? Based in Brazil? You know, one thing that I think is really cool? I really like abstract depictions of hell or the afterlife. Anyway, this time I'm gone for real, you gooners. Have fun. That's the big continent on the left. Okay, I see. Alright. Goon well, goon fast, goon hard, my friend. I need to come up with a new catchphrase for my channel when I rebrand completely. I should put my my bucket hat of protection on. Just copy other people when they put clothes on and they say, this is my thing of protection. So when I talk about takes like this, I don't get canceled. Anyways, what I was saying was, I really like abstract depictions of hell. And like the afterlife. And one thing, wait, I'm sorry. Please read my previous post above. Don't want it to get swallowed by comments with the word goon in them. Feels bad. Okay, I'm sorry. The elves in my fiction tied to various different long-term survival strategies, and the elves who built fortresses atop mountains are more successful than the hippie forest elves. Very cool, very nice. Very based. You caught me, Sim. Look what you did to me. You disrailed my thought process. Now I lost what I was talking about. Abstract depictions of hell. Right. There's this story that somebody wrote. It's called Feed the Pig. And that's like one of my... So far, that is my favorite depiction of like an abstract version of like hell or like purgatory, basically, because that's what it's about. I thought it was just like so fucking cool. That's like right up my alley in terms of shit like that. I know that was completely random and had nothing to do with what everybody was talking about, but it's my stream, so I can talk about random shit. No, I'm just kidding. Dude, I'm sweating so bad right now. Would love to read about some of these fictional worlds sometime. What fictional world? Lord of the Rings? Or are you talking about Sim? I'm pretty sure every DM has like a 20-page document about the lore in his world that he will just talk to you and go on like an autistic rant about for the next hour, and you fall asleep as he's just rambling. I think like every dungeon master has that, where he's like, and then like the dwarves like enslaved the giants, but like it actually didn't happen because like this angel came down, and you're just like listening to what he's saying. My live streams have so far been after like the 3-hour mark, it just goes off the rails and goes insane. It becomes not D&D content anymore. I've been a huge fan of Lord of the Rings since I was a kid. Dubbing the film here in Brazil is spectacular. The dubbing of the film here in Brazil is spectacular. I could very well activate my Tism powers and rant about D&D stuff. It takes great effort to contain this urge. Yeah, I got an overactive imagination. It makes a whole scene out of a few sentences. Yeah, neurodivergence it just be like that when you're neurodivergent. Why contain it? Unleash the beast. Okay, anyways, back to my rebrand question, guys. Oh shit, I can minimize that and it disappears? What? If I was to do a channel rebrand, I need some ideas on how I would rebrand myself. Because I've info dumped on people before and became the villain of their story, torturing them with boredom. Sim, can you not trauma dump on me right now? I had a girl tell me that whenever she asked me like what was wrong. She was like, you're like trauma dumping, and I'm like, you literally fucking asked me to tell you what was wrong. I hate how weaponized we have become with therapy speak. It's kind of not based. It's actually cringe. T. Get him, sis. Next time I go on a rant, you guys have to just say, get him, sis. Tell him, king. Is he based or is he based? By the way, if you guys have this is the best place to rant about it. Yeah. It is. I think we're losing momentum, boys. Let me check the stream health here. We have 6 concurrent viewers. Holy shit. Based. Do you know about sleepy time tea? If you're not allergic to chamomile, it's good for calming down and getting a good sleep. You know, that's cool and all, but can you give us more like cool drug facts or something? This chat has just it's not based enough right now. I need something more based than that. Can you give me like a cool crack fact or something? The shadow demon in my room helps with that. Guys, I've been playing RuneScape this entire time, by the way. I've gained 257,000 magic experience since I started the stream today. That's pretty good. Slow Rain and Banjo, 8 hours. No, that's not... I'm not vibing with that. Rest, you're safe here. You know what I want? I want some like Silent Hill-esque music. Give me like Hill style music. Once smoked, the small rocks of crack cocaine make a crackling or popping sound, which is how the drug got its name. Wow, I actually didn't know that. This is literally going to put everybody to sleep, including me. I really like ambient music. This is like... I don't think there's anything more calming to me than ambient music like this. Primo. Absolutely primo. Average view duration is a half an hour. I think, unfortunately, I think the stream has outlived it has outstayed its welcome. I think it might be time to call it. We may have to call it here. 10 p.m. I think it's time to chill. What time is it for me? It is 10 p.m. In my D&D voice chat before game sessions, we play Wii Shop music for a chill vibe. Gets over any negative feelings. Angry. Guys, I don't know what to talk about. I already made 2 griffins. That's enough, right? It's 11 p.m. there. Bro, I open up Facebook for 1 second and I see a guy puking everywhere. Talk about ravens. You guys don't want to hear about ravens. I'm just kidding. So, Ravens is a analog sci-fi horror roguelite system that I am trying to build. Let me see here. It is it's going to be sci-fi specifically, but analog sci-fi. I don't know if you guys know what I mean when I say analog sci-fi. I'm talking like when you watch like 80s sci-fi movies, how they depict the future to look like. That's what I mean. Like clunky, old-timey computers are like part of the ship's interface system. Like just the general architecture, the guns, like everything about like analog related sci-fi is like my favorite style of sci-fi. Ravens are smart birds, able to problem solve on the level of human children. They are cool birds, but the reason why I went with ravens is I thought it was a cool name to have in sci-fi, there's always an acronym for like everything. So I was like, the name of the game has to be an acronym for something. So I went with Reconnaissance and Assault Vanguard for extraterrestrial neutralization and suppression, or Ravens. And then I have like this little intro here. Do you guys want me to just lore dump and read the lore for you? Ambient music while DM Dungeon Mastery reads the lore of his sci-fi world that's not yet created to fall asleep to. Colorized. 2025 colorized. Train them to attack my neighbors. I want to have a raven that Sigma male. I want to have a raven that like collects money. I like stuff like that. The fans will love that one. I don't know if they would. Sigma. We just call it Sigma instead of Sigma male. Suck in Grandma's Marinara Acculator Molten Anal Leakage Express. That's what that stands for. Seems like a good concept. Surely people will pay for that. Eventually I'm going to be kickstarting this because I want to publish this as a book one day. So, hopefully people will help me kickstart it, you know what I mean? Your world would be like Grant's manga level of technology. I don't know what Grant's manga is, but maybe. Just like if you go watch the movie Aliens or Event Horizon, that would give you like an idea of like what I mean in terms of like the technology. Like go watch a clip of something from Event Horizon, and like that should like give you a feel for like what I went with. Yeah, like floppy disks and dial-up. It's like, we need you to transfer this to HQ, and it's not a USB, it's like a floppy disk or something. But like, so the game takes place in the year 2477. The Earth is a scarred husk of its former self, a pale reminder of humanity's capacity for destruction. Wait, I need the music to like fit here. Hold on. Like Dead Space soundtrack or something. This might be a little bit too intense. Might be a little bit too loud also. No, this is fine. Okay. The year is 2477. Earth is a scarred husk of its former self, a pale reminder of humanity's capacity for destruction. Centuries after the Catalyst War in 1988 nearly obliterated civilization, the Sovereign Coalition Confederation rose from the ashes, a fragile super-government clinging to unity in a fractured, hostile galaxy. So the humans are not all dead, actually. The SCC has become humanity's last hope for survival, prioritizing the colonization of new worlds and the defense of Earth's remnants against an unruly populace. It recruits from every corner of society, eager volunteers, Hardened mercenaries, desperate draftees, and even death row prisoners promised redemption through service, whether by choice or coercion. The soldiers of the SCC serve as the lifeblood of its expansionist agenda, paving humanity's path into the stars. But the stars are not kind. Centuries ago, the first humans to travel far beyond Earth found a habitable world, and with it, hostile alien life. Contact was lost, the colony was annihilated, and the SCC vowed to never be caught off guard again. From the remnants of those failures, Ravens was born. You are a Ravens operative, humanity's vanguard against the unknown. Tasked with reconnaissance, extermination, and reclamation, your missions take you into the darkest recesses of space where there is no law, but survival. You guys following me? Did you guys all leave? You guys are like, yeah, this isn't fantasy, so I don't care. I don't know why I chose sci-fi when fantasy is my bread and butter, but I feel like there's already a lot of fantasy out there. Let me turn this down a little bit. This is really loud. God damn. Humans are all dead. Based. I'm okay with this. Terraformers is also a cool inspiration for space stuff and such. You're to find this egregious, but I don't know what that is either. I'll have to look up stuff. I have a very specific flavor of sci-fi that I like. It's like Dead Space, Event Horizon, Aliens, Starship Troopers, like that. That's my favorite type of sci-fi. So the goal of this game is let me continue reading the story because I didn't finish it. So as a Ravens operative, this would be you, the player. You answer to the SCC, but only in theory. Once you're deployed, you are given authority to franchise your own command, creating sub-factions aboard your government-funded vessel. Each captain enforces their own rules, recruits their own crew, and shapes their operations according to their vision. Ship to ship, no two Ravens units are the same. Some cling to a strict military order, while others devolve into cult-like sects driven by ideology or madness. So that way, if you wanted to play a bunch of bad guys, you technically could. So my plans are, there's a hub ship that you can, that's your home base, is the hub ship that you have. It's going to count as your sanctuary, your lifeline, and your home. It's a bastion of humanity amid the endless void. Every decision revolves around its survival. The operatives that you play as are merely its extensions, each one a child of the ship. Disposable if it means preventing the integrity or fulfilling... if it means preserving the integrity or fulfilling the Sovereign Coalition Confederation's orders. I have plans on creating some sort of system that you can upgrade your ship, adapting to new threats and ensuring that it stays ahead of the unknown horrors lurking beyond the stars. However, resources are limited and sacrifices must be made. Sometimes entire missions are designed with the explicit goal of saving the ship at all costs, even if that means leaving operatives to die in the cold, unfeeling expanse of space. Especially if you're a death row inmate, though they aren't necessarily informed of this beforehand. In the SCC's eyes, a ship can be replaced. Hold on, this is supposed to be bolded. This should actually be bolded here. In the SCC's eyes, a ship can be replaced, but it shouldn't be.
A loyal, well-maintained vessel is priceless, even if the blood of its crew stains its decks. Survival isn't just a choice, it's a mandate. Out in the void, sacrifice is the only constant. And then, like, I tried to have reasons, like, why would your character become a Ravens operative and stuff, so, like, I wrote in things like that. And then I started working on the combat system and, like, the basic rules of the game. So I was experimenting with, like, in combat and out of combat rules. So it's probably going to be a D20 system because that's just what I'm most familiar with. So instead of me trying to make, like, oh, it's a D6 system, like, I don't know what a D6 system is like, so I'm not going to try to make a D6 system, you know. But I came up with the idea of ADS, which is Assured Direct Strike Range. ADS range, which is what it would be called. So this means, because you're using guns and stuff mostly, like, there'll probably be melee weapons, but it's like, are you really going to pull out a combat knife and you're going to try to kill a creature from the thing? Probably not. You're mostly going to be using, like, a gun, more than likely. Damn, what an interesting lore. Very well done. I'm going to sleep, guys. Thanks. Bye-bye. Alright, man. Thank you for stopping by. Have a good sleep. I appreciate you. TC Matthews. I forget what that meant. You guys already explained what TC meant. I forgot. Just gonna pretend like I know what it means still. But anyways, how it works is when you have, like, a firearm, take care. That's what it means. That's right, I forgot. I totally knew that. I was actually just testing you. So what it means is, when you get with the times, boomer. You damn kids and your damn expressions. I don't understand what you're talking about. What the Assured Direct Strike Range is, let's say you have a shotgun and you point the shotgun at somebody and you pull the trigger. Why should there be a chance that you miss? There shouldn't be. You should automatically hit, unless there is some sort of outside factor that is disrupting your shot, right? Like, you're blinded, like something spit acid into your eyes or something. Make sure you look into the D20 system from a legal standpoint. I believe WotC pulled some copyrightisms on it. Can they copyright a die? Like, they can copyright the D20? That's kind of nuts. I'll have to look into the legal stuff once I get to, like, the publishing stage, but I think I'll be alright, because my system is, like, different enough so that it's not like a copy of 5e. Damn it, Dead Space soundtrack is, like, too intense. Here we go. There we go, that's good. They do be cringe. But anyways, so within the weapons ADS range, the ADS range, the gun automatically hits. There's no attack roll required. Now, that is controversial because it's like, well, how can I crit? I can't crit anymore. The plan is, I don't want to do an HP system. What I want to do is, I want to do like a Warhammer style wounds system where you roll a bunch of die, and if you roll like under a certain number or something, you wound the creature, or you wound whatever you're attacking. But, you know, normally there's no attack roll required to see if you even shoot it. I don't know yet. This is still like a work in progress. He only learned enough English to hear and understand. Hee hee. Sometimes I'll write a little wrong, but I think you understand. I do understand, my friend. I'm not sure on all the details, just know my friend found out something when he was developing our game. Yeah, I'll make sure I'll try to keep an eye out for that. I'll talk to some of the people in the Tales from Elsewhere Discord about it, because they're usually good with that stuff. But anyways, so in my game, at the beginning of the of the mission that you were sent on, there's not your characters are way more accurate and efficient with their weapons. So like you rarely are gonna miss a shot with your weapon. But let's say I'm going to be adding like a stress mechanic. So there's going to be like stress, injuries, and then there's like other things that could reduce your accuracy, like, you know, like the Eldritch Horror spat acid into your eyes, or your visor on your helmet. Now you can't see. So now you have to roll to see if you can even hit the thing that you're shooting at before you get to roll like the wounds and all that. So the reason why was, so like you start the operation, your operators, I should call these operatives, not operators. Start missions at peak accuracy. Just looking out for our favorite dungeon daddy. My players occasionally joke, call me that. I've been called that. I missed because of lag, bro. Exactly. Like, lag could probably screw you up. So, like, you start off, it's like, I see the corrupted person at the end of the corridor of the ship. I'm gonna shoot him. You shoot. You describe, like, you're firing your machine gun down the hallway. You roll, like, 4d6s. You have to roll, 3 or under to hit the creature and damage it or something. But let's say like you're injured right before this room, something like ripped your arm and like broke it, so it's broken, and you have a shotgun, which is normally two-handed, so now you have to like try to hold it and shoot it one-handed. So now you have to actually make an attack roll to see if you get to hit it. But normally you wouldn't have to do that. Unless like, the creature's like incredibly far away, obviously. But then, like, you start getting stress and you start getting injuries. There's environmental factors that go into it, cover, poor visibility, and then that imposes, like, disadvantage on the attacks, even within the ADS range. I just came up with this last night. I'm trying to, like, fine-tune it, since I think this will be, like, the, what's it called? The, I don't know, there's like the gimmick of my system will be known as like, oh, it has the ADS system. Eventually I try to like envision my game being reviewed by other reviewers, and they're like, Ravens actually has this really interesting system called the ADS system. I hope people see it as interesting and not just, Ravens has this really trash system, that is the ADS system. Does the critter know how to weave? I'm sorry, what? I'm glad you like the ADS system a lot. It took me a little while to try and figure out what I wanted to do. My friend kind of helped me with this suggestion too, but yeah, that's kind of like where I want. I don't know how to do a wound system. I think hit points is does the critter know how to weave? Can he dodge? That's actually a good point. So like the theory behind this comes from like Darkest Dungeon 1 to Darkest Dungeon 2. Darkest Dungeon 1 had an accuracy system where you could still miss. But Darkest Dungeon 2, you never miss unless the creature either has like a form of dodge, and then it has, or you have a blind token. So like if the creature has a dodge token, or you have a blind token on you, it's the same concept. So it's like, yeah, like you're saying, Sim, it is strong. It encourages behavior to mitigate risk and preserve a character's combat effectiveness as long as possible. That's kind of like the idea behind it. So the stress plays into it too, though, because let's say you walk into a room and like something horrible happened on the ship. There's like body parts that are like everywhere. They're hanging from the rafters. Give me some RE4 ambience. RE4 creepy music. Wait a minute. I know we got like some like, where's like there it is. Yeah. Okay. So you're a crew of 4 people, okay? You're 4 operatives. You have like a soldier, an engineer, a medic, and like a demolitionist or something, or two soldiers. It's like your party's walking down the halls of this derelict ship, maybe no more than 10 feet wide. It's very dark. You're all humans. Nobody has magic. I don't want magic in my game. The closest thing that there might be to magic is Dead Space's like telekinesis modules that you can put on your armor or something. But it's like, okay, you get to a door. The panel is damaged. It needs to be repaired in order to open the door. So you get your engineer. He specializes in like repairing things, opening doors, because like I picture sci-fi doors are always like these gigantic like metal vault doors that like go up and down, or they have like that weird spinning motion when they open. So I'm picturing like you enter a room and like the ship's crew is literally decimated. Like they are disemboweled. There's gore everywhere. Everybody that is going into this room needs to make a wisdom saving throw, or like my game's equivalent to a wisdom save. I don't know what the ability scores will be called yet, but you make a wisdom save. If you fail, you gain like a point of stress, or like 2 points of stress depending on how bad you fail. And like stress will go from probably like 1 to 10, and like it has different thresholds. So like maybe like 1 to 3 stress, you're nervous. You might have like some sort of disadvantage, but like you're in the nervous tier. And then you get into the what would be like a more intense way to say nervous, like nerve-wracked or something. And now you have to make an attack roll every time you go to shoot. Now ADS is pretty much disabled. Now you have to make an attack roll. Then you go into like mania, where you're like literally losing your mind to the point to where you might see your friends as monsters and you might try to kill them. That's the idea. I want to have like stress mechanics, and like you can gain stress from being critically hit. Some monsters might be like stress bombers, like where they just purposefully stress bomb you. But then I also want to make like a psyche save. That's a good idea. I might make like psyche. I'm gonna actually make a note of that. That's a good suggestion. This is why I wanted to talk about this on stream. I actually intended on doing this, making the whole stream about this, but I figured people didn't want to hear about it because they wanted me to do D&D stuff. Let me open up my notes here. Hey, my Resident Evil music. There we go. Raven ideas. Taking your idea, copywriting it. Not really. PSYC Psych as one of the ability. I don't know how I want to do abilities yet. That's where kind of like I'm at. I don't know if... DM, I took the smoker feat, so I'd like to pull a cigarette. Yeah, like even something like that. Like that would generally be a cool idea. I wanted to originally have it so that there was like a captain class that you could play, and like somebody has to play like this, or like a squad leader, and like the squad leader keeps everybody calm. But if he dies, everybody gets like 5 points of stress, and then there's no other people in the party that can reduce the stress of the party. Like maybe you could pull out like you just got into a fight with something, you just seen it rip Corporal Pennigan's head off. You pull your Cubano out, you light it, like you're like smoking it, but you're already in like mania, so like you're losing your mind. And now it's like every time you like there's like an interval where you have to make a save, or like you look over at the medic and he's talking to you, but his face is like warping and he's turning into a monster, and like you might want to shoot him or something. So that was like my idea. When you rich, give me $200, we'll call it even. If I ever publish this thing and make money off of it, I'm looking for people to help me design this, but I need to get like people who know how to like make it into like a book, essentially. So eventually I want to do that and then like split the profits with people or something. But so here's another idea that I have for the game. So I want you to be able to make a character like that, because you're not going to be like a piece of paper cardboard cutout dying that easily, but it's going to be pretty brutal. Like, it could snowball out of control really quick and your character could die, your operative could die. So what I want is the characters are like, you have like soldier, medic, engineer or something, and they have the same stats every time you pick them or something. So like you pick soldier, he always has like 3 out of 5 brawn or something like that. I haven't decided what I was going to call the abilities or anything, but they always have 3 out of 5 brawn. But instead of leveling your character up after they survive, they get veterancy points. So with these veterancy points, you use those to buy what is essentially D&D feats, and that's how you customize your character. So like everybody's character starts off at their base efficiency when you pick them, but you can still, like, there won't be like subclasses and stuff, but there will be like talents essentially. And like I might put a talent in there called like smoker, where like it has a downside to where it's like if you don't smoke, you get stress, maybe. So like that would be like an idea essentially that I was going for. Central Hall. This one's a creepy one. Yeah. I'd join you if I wasn't already part of designing a TTRPG. That's alright. Talents instead of abilities. An idea is a differentiation between stress and psychosis. Like if you fail a psych save badly, you gain a point of psychosis instead of stress. That is a good idea. That is a really good idea. Okay. It's like a more deadly version of stress, almost like how you have venom and poison, where it's like venom is a stronger version of poison almost. Stress versus psychosis. I'm going to make a note of that. That's a very good idea. I think maybe there could even be like a class that can remove psychosis, but it's the only class that can do that. And like you have to take a rest, and like maybe they have to like inject you with something to literally calm you down with medication or something like that. Maybe I just put all this stuff on the medic, because you have to always make the healer OP, otherwise nobody will play the healer. So maybe I'll like make the medic the... I didn't want to just... I was trying to come up with names for stuff, so maybe there'll be like a medic psychologist or something to just make it sound cool. The abilities instead of wisdom. Stress versus psychosis. Stress can be removed, but psychosis points are stress. Good ideas. Good ideas. I'm in the current state here where it's like I gotta get the bones of the game made before I start working with that stuff, but I am taking notes. Perhaps medic, and the medic has subclasses that specialize more in different areas of helping people. That would be a good idea too. I think that would make people actually think the game was a lot more fun, because they would have more that they could do with their characters, but I don't know how I would implement the simplistic... hold on, let me get Shadow Dark out here. Like Shadow Dark's character creation, like you look at the fighter in like the 5e book and it's like a whole humongous thing, but if you look at the fighter in Shadow Dark, that's the entire page that you need to make a fighter. Okay, it's a single page. So like I was kind of intending on classes being that simplistic, but I still wanted to give maybe a little more customization. So maybe I can make like a prestige class. Like you spend, you spend like 3 prestige points to make your medic into a medic psychologist or something, and like they become like a stress healer. Maybe that would be a good idea. I just don't know, because I picture like even selling, like if I publish this as a book in theory one day, it would come with like these little cards, kind of like how those spell cards exist for 5e. And like it would just be like, okay, I'm playing soldier, so I take the soldier card, and then that has everything I need on it. This is Resident Evil 4, the original. And it's very befitting of me just talking and rambling about game mechanics, isn't it? But I also plan on doing some other cool stuff. So like I want the bones of every class to be simple, and I want the customization to come from skills that you take, your gear, your armor, but that is also a good idea with subclasses, because that would give me like avenues to make more diverse characters. And I know people like having like a lot of different choices, so maybe I'll do that. Maybe it's not a bad idea, so I will put that in my ideas notepad here. Well, I guess we would call these like a prestige classes for each class. Something like medic can spec into just in heal stress, and then like maybe I can just do soldier, and then the soldier can spec into like demolitionist instead of just making a demolitionist class or something. To give choices but maintain simplicity, like 3 subclasses for each class, possibly. But I can also see like people could like make their own modules where they make their own subclasses, so that's actually a good idea too. So it's not really a class system, it's more of a build crafting situation, I guess. So think of it, have you ever played Killing Floor? I don't know if you've ever, like if you've played Killing Floor, that would be like the best comparison, where it's like you pick the medic has this much carry weight, but if you pick the soldier, he has like 17 out of 20 or something like that, but the medic always only has like 14 out of 20. And similar to that, but I just want it to be like, oh, my character died, so I'm gonna make a new character really quick. I think this time I'll pick engineer. So you just take the engineer card, boom, you have your base stats right there. He's gonna start off at prestige level 0, so he doesn't have anything else but the baseline engineer stuff. So then you pick his gear, you pick his armor. Like, the armor is gonna be called a rig, just like Dead Space calls it. I'm interested, knowing that it seems to cut away a lot of unnecessary complexity. It does. You'll have to play it with us one of these days, because it is actually really fun. Like, Shadow Dark has more room, so like in 5e, the fighters have like, they get like 2 and 3 attacks, so it'll slow the game down way too much if you sit there trying to describe what you want to do with every attack, and it's kind of a dick move if you're like, I want to like stab him into the foot, kick flip him into a backflip, and then stab into his neck. DM, how can I do that? You already have 3 attacks. You don't need to do all that. In Shadow Dark, everybody only has 1 action. There's no bonus actions. There's an action and movement. So with your action as a fighter in Shadow Dark, you're way more encouraged to say like, I want to take my axe and I want to swing towards its legs to try to sweep it off its feet. And then I would say like, okay, with your attack roll, because you want to try to achieve this, we'll say you have to exceed his armor class by like 3, and then if you do, the attack hits and you sweep him off his feet. Versus, in 5e, it's kind of OP if you let people do that, because the fighter could just technically, I have multi-attack DM, so I'm gonna fucking cut all their ankles off. But in Shadow Dark, it's more roleplay heavy, in my opinion. It encourages you to roleplay more. But this is like my inspiration for my game. This is where I'm taking a lot of inspiration from. So I'm trying to design stuff based off that. I'm excited to get to the classes and stuff, because that's where the original idea came from. I just don't know. I feel like I have to make this stuff first, where I have to make, how does movement work? How does time pass? How long is a round of combat? Like, I have to make the basic shit. But I really do want to work on, like, the other stuff. Alright, now I gotta switch the music. Oh wait, that would be a good one. Wait a minute. Here we go. I like this one. Pretty much Shadow Dark, like if you know how to play D&D 5e, you know how to play Shadow Dark, because it plays very similar. It just cuts out like all of the chaff stuff that is annoying and makes the game really slow. At least in my opinion. Some people don't like it because they don't have like subclasses and all that stuff, but I think what DM Dungeon Mastery is going to do is DM Dungeon Mastery is going to end the stream, because I would like to go take a shower. Been sitting here all day and I have swamp ass. Since Ravens is an upfront horror game, perhaps a class system might not serve the experience well. For role-playing reasons, could be worthwhile to explore alternatives to classes. I want it to feel more like a roguelite with horror elements, pretty much. It's gonna play more like a roguelike, or roguelite, because I really like roguelites, and I don't really know of any tabletop games that are like roguelites, really. But yes, alas, I believe it is time. It is time to not say goodnight, but just say, you know what I mean? Hey man, I thank you guys for showing up. You guys are pretty epic for showing up every time I stream. It's pretty fucking awesome to have you guys here with me and listen to me rant. Bounty Hunter next time, maybe. A Bounty Hunter character, or a Bounty Hunter creature. I actually made one of those already. It's on my Patreon, though. We'll work on, like, Samurai next time or something, I think. That would be fun. Or we'll do, like, another creature, viewer creature, maybe. I'm going to work on this, though. I'm going to focus on this and try to get some of this stuff done. But I thank you all for watching. I'm going to be probably not resuming. I'm going to probably renew my video editing software subscription this week after I pay my dad rent money, and then I'll try to get back to making more videos on stuff. I'll be more motivated once I have my video editing software back. You too, guys. I will talk to you all later. It has been real. It has been a real stream. Peace out.